Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. Time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan Examination. And once again, I'm Stephen Lee, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and report to the Council in due course. As is usually the case by now, I don't need to go through my opening spiel. Everyone's been here more than enough, probably. And it is potentially the last day. So we're all familiar by everything by now. What I will do is go through introductions as normal, and also just see if there are any matters arising from the Council, and if not, then we can get going into today's main issue, which is the blue and green infrastructure, or blue and green Enfield chapter of the plan. So, with no further ado, Ms Dale Harris, if I can pass over to you for some introductions, and then we can stop. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Matthew Dale Harris. I'm a barrister instructed by Sharp Pritchard on behalf of the Council. I'll let the witnesses introduce themselves.
Hello, good morning. Kay Polaris, Planning Policy Team, Enfield Council.
Good morning, Ian Russell. I lead the Blue Green Infrastructure Team at Enfield Council.
Hi, I'm Chera Wilson. I'm Head of Rural Transformation at Enfield Council.
Good morning, everyone. I'm May Hope, Head of Strategic Planning and Design, Enfield Council.
Good morning. I'm Neil Rowley, Planning Consultant at Savills, here on behalf of Coma Homes.
My name is Andrew Lack, and I'm today representing the Enfield Society.
I'm Matt Byrne, and today I'm representing an NCAF Land Use Working Group.
Thank you, everyone. Are there anything the Council wish to raise with me before we start?
Yes, sir. I've got a couple of things I need to raise. Firstly, sir, yesterday evening, after the sessions had closed, we had received a letter from the GLA. That's in relation to the question of the housing trajectory and general conformity with the London Plan 2021. We'll be providing you with copies, so we've got some physical copies, but we'll obviously submit that via the Programme Officer as well. The GLA recognise that it wouldn't be realistic for the authority to meet the shortfall by 28-29, but they do say that in their view the intention to lower the borough's housing target prior to 2029 below that set out in the London Plan would not be in general conformity with the London Plan. And they suggest that on their view of the evidence, it's not necessary for there to be a step target up to 2029 in order to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply at the point of adoption. Now, there's obviously a number of aspects to that, sir, and I think it's fair to say that it doesn't entirely accord with our assessment of the evidence. I'm not going to be in a position to deal with that today, so obviously you'll see the note. I anticipate that you'll want some response to it from us, so that's where we are.
Oh, yeah, sorry on that. Well, obviously I haven't seen it yet. I mean, this is a twofold thing. Albeit I did ask, this is the result of an action from me, so it's not a case of, I did ask for this position from GLA as part of my MIQ, so it's probably not a case of me, obviously, generally speaking, do I accept late evidence? This may be, well, I need to see it, but ultimately it is a response to my query, and I did ask the Council to chase up on it. So the likelihood is yes, because it's, albeit inopportune timing. Shall we say, to say the very least. So yeah, all we can do now is, yeah, I'll accept that, or well, I'll see it first, decide whether to accept it or not, and then I'll have to decide what the actions are, if there are any from that. It may be that I decide, well, that's just more evidence and I don't need anything else, or it may be that I'll have to come back, or it may be that if we do need a wash-up session at some point in the fullness of time to deal with anything that's outstanding, that's something I'll pick up in a wash-up. So until I've seen it, I can't really say much more, but thank you for letting me know at least, a forewarning about that.
Thank you, sir. That was the first point. And then the second point, sir, I think Mr. Reid yesterday, when asked, said that he'd come back to you in relation to where things have got to on the choice as to whether or not there should be a master plan or SPD in relation to Cruise Hill and Chase Park. So I understand the decision has been taken primarily because the processes of bringing forward the documentation that will be needed for those two placemaking areas, should the plan be adopted as set out, and that's being led by the local authority. And as you'll be familiar, so the regulations and rules have it can be different depending on whether a document is prepared by a planning authority or by developers. And so the current intention is for those documents to be SPDs rather than non-statutory master plans.
Okay, thank you. I mean, as I said yesterday, the extent to which that affects the policy, because I've got, obviously there's a whole myriad of issues related to those sites and policies I've still got to think about and bring all together. But the council can produce. The local plan doesn't need to say it's producing SPD to produce SPD, so it might not matter a great deal for the policy, other than being clear, I guess, what the intention is. So, but thank you.
Thank you. So I should, of course, obviously say that anything on that is, of course, conditional on what you say in relation to the local plan. That should go without saying.
Yeah, quite. Well, thank you for that. Right. Yeah, thank you. All right, well, I won't say anything more about the first point there until I need to see it. So if you could obviously get that to me, if you've got a paper copy, at least so I could read it in a break, just so I'm aware of it, and then we can, assuming, first things first, if there's anything I need to come back on before I accept it, because obviously it might be that I need some clarity on anything, then, but if it'll go on the website, and then at least I'll have to then decide, let's say, whether or not any further actions are needed, but I'm probably not going to do that today. It might take me a while to also factor in all the other things I need to think about as well.
Well, indeed, so you've indicated you'll be thinking about questions or not on the trajectory in any event.
Yeah,
so.
well, there is that as well, so, yeah. Okay. Right, thank you. Right, so moving on then to matter 10, unless there's any other matters arising from anything. What I'm going to do, what we did, matter 10 was broken down into two broad, well, I asked some general questions about the overall approach to biodiversity and then some questions about open space. They were sort of general overarching matters. Obviously, we've already talked a little bit about open space in relation to matter 16, and on reflection, it probably would have made more sense for me to put this question in matter 16. But I think actually that's probably just indicative of some of the issues with the plan. You've got policies in one chapter which talk about open space, then this chapter talks about open space, and where's the most logical place to put all these things. And that's, say, just probably a little bit of the some of the underlying issues about, and then we get into the old chestnut of repetition, duplication, harmless repetition versus harmful repetition, and so on. But and obviously this chapter doesn't refer to open space in BG1. It's got a policy in BG8 about protecting open spaces. BG11 refers to allotments, which are open space. So it all gets a bit confusing. But having said that, there has been an opportunity to raise some issues about open space provision already. And albeit statements that I've had might expand on some of that, I don't really want to get into too much of a discussion about things we might have already discussed under CL5. Anything we've not picked up under CL5, then we can talk about. I'm also conscious that there's supposed to be the imminent publication of new evidence in terms of the plain pitch strategy, which I'll come to. But those are sort of some overarching things. I think I'll come back to that. The other thing, obviously, then we got into the individual questions about individual policies, so the standard approach, if you like. What I was going to do is what I'm going to do is looking at the statements that I've had from the participants. As usual, I'm going to try and deal with the participants' issues first as much as I can, so that obviously people can depart, if it makes sense. So I think before I get into those sort of general issues of open space, I'm going to want to go on to BG4 first, which is biodiversity net gain. That's basically because Coma, you're here representing, I think, obviously you're welcome to say and talk about anything you've made reps on, as you know, but your statement is mainly about BG4. I'm assuming that's the main thing you want to talk about. Your views perhaps are also representing those of other statements I've had from developers as well, in a similar sort of vein. If that's the only policy you're here to want to talk about, then we may as well deal with that, and then you can depart.
Thank you.
And then I think Mr. Byrne, you've got several. I didn't get a statement from Enfield Society on this. No, it's fine. So again, you're welcome. That's not an issue. And if you've made reps, you can make comments on any policy you've made reps on. But so it's fine. But if there are any that you're particularly interested in, or rather not interested in, then when we've got past BG4 and some of these general points, then we'll work out a logical order to go through them. So that's fine. We'll pick that up when we get to it. If that makes sense. And then in terms of my overarching question, my first question was about whether the requirements, the paragraphs 181 to 185 of the framework have been picked up. I've got no particular issues or questions about the hierarchy. That, I think you've addressed it as far as I'm concerned for that. And then the rest of it is really specifics. So I'll pick up any issues as we go through the relevant policies about the specifics of 181. So there won't be a general question about that. We'll just get into that when we go through each one. So does that if that makes sense to everyone? Well, perhaps not. Anyway, we'll start with policy. Anyway, the short shot of all that is we'll start with policy BG4, which is, say, biodiversity net gain. Just as there are two broad issues with this policy, I think. The first is whether the 20% BNG requirement is justified. That's a sort of overarching principle of the policy. And then secondly, whether or not the individual criteria and the policy itself is soundly based and effective. So if we start with the 20% issue, as you know from the preamble to MIQs and my preliminary questions, the PPG is pretty clear that plan makers should not seek a higher percentage than the statutory minimum unless justified. And to justify such policies, they will need to be evidenced, including as to local need for a higher percentage, local opportunities for a higher percentage, and any impacts on viability for development. And consideration will also need to be given to how the policy will be implemented. And that's what we'll come on to that, but I think it talks about implementing it flexibly. In terms of the need, Council's answers to my original preliminary questions and your statement suggest that the need arises from the existing biodiversity deficit that's been recognised through the DEFRA Landscape Recovery Scheme, that there are issues relating to the management of sinks, sites of importance for nature conservation, and the 20% could help improve designated and non-designated sites. And according to your statement, this is also considered justified, the 20% is considered justified due to the large greenbelt release, which again we'll probably come on to. I actually asked in my MIQ about how, if most BNG is going to be delivered on site, as it should be, as the policy expects and statutory elements expect, how BNG would contribute in reality to the landscape recovery scheme and sinks. And your statement doesn't really address that particular question, or at least to the extent that I don't need to test it further. So we are going to have to look into that a bit. So just addressing that last issue first, really, because it does pertain to the justification for the 20%. And what I'm going to do is deal with my questions about general principle. I'll open it up and then we'll get into my questions about policy and I'll open it up. So just starting to that point, one of your general principles is about landscape recovery scheme, management of sinks. But if the majority of BNG is to be provided on site, how is this actually going to help with that? Because the BNG should be delivered on site.
Thank you, sir. I think the first point to say is obviously BNG's statutory provisions and policy make on-site the first point of call. That's where you begin. But it doesn't necessarily follow from that, so that for any given development, the majority of units will be delivered on-site. In our statement, we've set out our hearing statement, we've set out references to the viability assessment. And while that is at a high level, you might note so that what we have assumed there is that whereas greenfield sites will be, well, for the convenience of the viability assessment, we've assumed that greenfield sites will be delivering entirely on-site. brownfield sites will be delivering significantly off-site. So there is an anticipation that a higher level of B&G requirement will lead to a need for delivery of some off-site units. And that is really where the connection comes with the units that will, the opportunities that the council has identified. We can ask Ms Wilson in due course to talk to that, but the opportunities that the council has identified for the delivery of B&G units more broadly across particularly the landscape recovery area, but also in other locations.
If I were to conclude that approach is logical, but wouldn't the statutory requirement benefit those objects in the same way? If you're saying, well, we need B&G is going to help with landscape recovery and management of sinks, because there might be some more questions about that, but so would the 10%, wouldn't it, presumably? So how is that justifying the extra 10%?
Well, so I suppose it's a question of scale, isn't it? I mean, the 10% will, I think, it is anticipated to already contribute something towards that, but the level of opportunity, the level of need identified locally is what we rely on to say that a higher level of B&G is justified here.
But why in particular? And I ask that because presumably when the government was setting 10%, they would have known that there will be areas of the country which are highly built up, parts of Enfield are, there'll be areas of the country which are rural. Wouldn't that 10% have been factored into the idea that there will be urban regeneration schemes and so on, and that so they've set it 10%, and it's not as if they've said 10% is the minimum and 20% or more than that is okay in general. I mean, it's quite a clearly high bar to go for extra. So what is particularly unique about or special about Enfield that suggests that this minimum is, as you've said, the level of need here is any greater than anywhere else?
Well, so I think it's probably a sensible moment for me to pass across to Mrs Wilson, but it's the level of local need in the sense of degraded environments within Enfield, the Enfield landscape recovery area, and the opportunity to improve those created by the policies put in place through the biodiversity green infrastructure strategy, so the blue-green strategy. So it's, I'll pass across to Ms Wilson, but it's that which makes, it's the need for biodiversity improvements in the wider borough rather than the particular arrangement of urban and rural areas that leads to the high level of need here.
Thank you. Through our landscape recovery scheme, and I'm sure the title gives it away, it is a landscape that we are envisaging being rewilded. And we don't wish to discount the space within the local plan not be considered within that space. So what we're looking to achieve is the connectivity from our rewilded passages through the development into the other side of those spaces. So where we would wish to see these really better habitat qualities within the actual development spaces, that will ensure that landscape recovery is achieved even with development parcels in amongst our rewilded spaces. We've had very recent baselining done across the area, and it's a poor quality habitat that we're wishing to see improved, and we feel that this ask is justified for those main two reasons.
Isn't the point of BNG, the purpose of the policy, the national policy on BNG, to address harm to an extent that's created by the development itself, also to deliver a benefit associated with the development itself? So this isn't, it sounds to me like what you're seeking to do here is use development as a way of mitigating an existing problem, rather than, which is generally, BNG is slightly different statutory requirement, but generally speaking, you wouldn't be looking for development to solve your existing problems. They're supposed to mitigate harm. BNG is different because it's looking for an improvement, looking for a benefit. But is it really, again, bearing in mind that there is the national policy or statute is to say, well, you're getting 10%. I'm still not quite seeing what the difference is here. Bearing in mind there might be a deficit and everything. Why that can't be delivered through the statutory minimum, and why it necessarily has to be higher than that here. And I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit because this does have to be tested quite carefully.
I mean, what I'd say is that the PPG, in talking about local need and local opportunities, is clearly looking for circumstances where the local circumstances identify a particular need for biodiversity gains. That's what that is looking for. So, as you say, sir, BNG is a bit different to other kinds of mitigation that we see coming through the planning system. And in my submission, sir, our position on this is entirely consistent with the overall justification for BNG. What we're saying is, yes, there's a need for BNG, and the need for BNG is higher in Enfield.
And I seem, from what you were saying there about, I got a sense, because the landscape recovery scheme is more closely related to your greenbelt release sites than a lot of development in Enfield. I mean, you're talking about significant amounts of brownfield development, meridian water, not particularly well related to the landscape recovery area. There seems to be a focus on, so why, in effect, would it be justified for all development in Enfield to be delivering 20% BNG to deliver something which is not necessarily well related to the area in which development is taking place?
I would say that those spaces that are in those brownfield sites, we would not consider them as separate islands. We would see the entire supported narrative to be important. We believe that people deserve to live within areas that have good quality habitat for wildlife. We see significant issues with climate impacts, especially in our more urban areas within London, and we would like to see areas that are protected from those climate impacts, even within those brownfield areas. Not only that, the surrounding areas will be supported and uplifted by the better quality habitat that we would see on that site.
All good stuff. I'm still not seeing how that differs, though, to... I mean, just as a thing, is it reasonable to say, a lot of what you've talked about there is not biodiversity net gain, as in the policy of biodiversity net gain. I think you talked about things such as, I mean, just generally speaking, is it reasonable to say that BNG is a separate issue to such things as compensatory improvements to the greenbelt, for example, or general open space provision, landscape design, placemaking, climate change, and so on and so forth? Even though some of those factors might relate to those, and there might be an overlap, but the very narrow focus of this policy is about implementing the statutory requirement for BNG. So is there a danger or potential for some conflation between what you're seeking in terms of BNG and the sort of outcomes you're looking to achieve, and actually what the statutory instrument is trying to achieve?
So I'm not sure I'd accept that, because the local need and local opportunities which we were asked by the PPG to consider in terms of deciding whether or not a higher level of BNG can be justified must take account of the wider strategy which is being adopted in relation to the district or the borough that is promoting the plan. What I think Mrs. Wilson's saying is that compensatory. What's behind your question is the compensatory improvements, the landscape recovery area. These are all part. Climate change policy. These are all part of the blue-green strategy which Enfield is driving forward, with its having identified a particular problem and having a particular set of solutions in mind, and BNG forms a key part of that. But it's justified by that broader identification of a need and an opportunity. But
it's not going to stop you requiring greenbelt compensatory improvements, open space good quality landscape design,
No,
meeting your climate change requirements, whole scheme. So the circular economy, sorry, I'm struggling for the words. All of those things are all factored in anyway. So, and yes, the BNG, I think what we seem to be slightly talking about is BNG is a good idea and will achieve things, yes, no dispute about that, versus the justification for seeking a higher level of BNG than is expected by statute. Maybe there's nothing else for you to say on that, it's for me to take away, but yeah, I'm just so obviously it's got to be tested because it is a yes, PPG national policy allows you to go down this route, but it is a high bar for you to do it.
So I think the only thing I'd want to add, I'd ask Mr. Wilson just to give you some of the sort of references to the evidence on the current position in terms of degraded environment and biodiversity, because I think that perhaps is a kind of key point in terms of what the local need is, and perhaps gets away from this idea of everything conflating together. So ask Ms. Wilson just to do that.
So we do have the evidence that Enfield is considered in poor condition, and therefore I do believe that there is a need to ensure that that uplift is met significantly. We're not considering B&G, and I don't want to speak obviously for the policy makers. It wasn't agreed that B&G would just be this tick box exercise, and that's what I feel like it's being described as in the room, that it's meant to be part of that holistic suite to ensure that habitat is being protected and uplifted for the responsibility of the developers to that space, but also to the people that are going to live there. And I think the justification for that additional need is because of the surrounding areas as well, to ensure there's that positive connectivity. If we're doing all this other work, then there be perhaps a pause in that would be a detriment to the people who are due to live there.
But so I don't keep banging the same drum, but couldn't you achieve those benefits with the policies, the national policy and the statutory requirements? It's not. This isn't a question of BNG. Like if I don't say there is no BNG, there is no expectation of uplift or improvement. That they have, developers have to provide this. The question is, as I keep coming back to, is the difference between, and maybe there is no answer. It's just going to go around in circles. That is your answer. That is what I'll take away. That Enfield is significantly degraded, and you have schemes in place, and so on and so forth. But there's no suggestion at all that the alternative to your policy is no BNG. That can't be the case anyway because it's the law. So that's what I'm trying to understand, and I'm perhaps I'll leave it there for that.
Sorry, Ian, was it all right if I add something to that comment before? So I think it's just going to that point that was raised earlier about the fact that Enfield is significantly more degraded than other parts of the UK, and why is it different? We do have some good evidence, as Ms Wilson mentioned, but specifically, the average habitat condition that was recorded as part of the DEFRA metric was 2 out of 5, which is poor or moderate. That's across the Enfield Chase area. Also, in terms of river ecology, 3 out of the 4 main catchments are rated as poor or moderate status. So if you compare these to national averages, Enfield's green spaces are, there's definitely evidence that they're degraded, and that's why we believe that that higher percentage for B&G is justified.
Okay. Slightly overlapping with the wording of the policy itself, maybe, and the operation of the policy, but is it fair to say that BNG is not to be used as a reason for allowing an unacceptable degree of harm to biodiversity assets? This is not necessarily, so I just want to pick this point up now, maybe put a pin in it for later. And so the ability to provide biodiversity net gain doesn't mean that harm becomes more acceptable if BNG is provided, i.e., the more harm you allow, the more you need to compensate, but that's not presumably that's not why you're suggesting 20% here. It's not, you know, we're allowing a significant degree. So if you go back to what you said about your statement about greenbelt release and so on, greenbelt is not biodiversity, but if you just use it as a proxy, oh, we're developing a lot of green, therefore we need to have more compensation. But that's not the calculation, is it, for this assessment?
No, sir, no. The mitigation hierarchy would...
Yeah, so avoidance is still, confusingly, and the PPG, except it is a bit confusing, there are two hierarchies. We can't have anything simple, can we? So, but both hierarchies, and which I'll come on to because of the word in the policy, avoidance is the first port of call. So this is not a case of when you said, oh, you know, the significant greenbelt release, if that was to be used as a proxy for, you know, harm to biodiversity assets, that's not would that, in your mind, be a justifiable reason for seeking more compensation then, or more benefit, more net gain?
No, so I think that would go to the opportunities side of things. So those are creating compensation measures. There are opportunities
within the scheme.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, slightly into the operation of the policy, but it sort of speaks to how you talked about all this being on, you know, the on-site, off-site approach. Just how do you manage off-site? Are you expecting to manage off-site delivery? And again, how does that relate to landscape recovery and management of the sinks? So, for example, are you able to secure, in the auspices of the Environment Act, 106 agreements in this way? For example, you know, the PPG talks about biodiversity gain hierarchy being on site, and then the allocation of registered off-site gains, and finally the purchase of biodiversity credits. So how would landscape recovery schemes and sinks fit into that hierarchy?
So they'd be in the second rung of the hierarchy. So these wouldn't be statutory credits. These would be opportunities to secure registered off-site credits, units rather.
And are they registered then?
Well, they're not as yet, sir, but I understand that there is work that's been done by the council in the context of the landscape recovery area. There are various, I think Mrs. Wilson referred to baseline assessments having been carried out. So there is work there that satisfies the council that there will be opportunities to secure registered off-site units. And we've also, sir, we've sense tested that against the viability to work to check that those would be available within the range of costings considered by the Kent and Essex examples that the viability assessment drew on in terms of working out the costs of additional BNG requirements.
Okay, then just again, I'm just thinking about how this operates, and you know, if say the justification for a lot of this is about delivering off-site improvements. Paragraph 6.29 of your document refers to applicants should consider opportunities to upgrade and enhance existing sites of nature conservation importance. This again overlaps with what we might come on to, but is that actually in the control of most of applicants to consider that? Presumably most sites of nature conservation importance are in the control of the council, so it's not really an applicant who's doing that, is it?
Yes, I think that this would be, I think all of 6.29 is talking about that second rung of available registered off-site units. I think it's right, sir, without being myself an expert on the subject, that the metrics respond to different levels of priority, and so if you can deliver additional units within existing sites of nature conservation importance, that has its own advantages in terms of demonstrating units, demonstrating gain rather. But so I think that's what that's referring to, rather than seeking to suggest that biodiversity gain shouldn't be provided on site as a priority. And read with 6.28. I suggest it probably is clear from the text as a whole. And of course, this ultimately is a statutory matter, so
quite.
There's a limit to what the plan, infelicities in drafting the plan, what that could actually
and exactly, and
result in.
We'll come on to this about what the plan actually says when the plan doesn't. Again, PPG is very clear about the plan doesn't need to repeat statutory requirements, so we'll come on to that. I did have a question about your statement in terms of landscape recovery and sinks, some of what you're referring to sounds more like management issues rather than actual BNG issues. So are these schemes or ideas that are referred to necessarily compatible with the BNG regime anyway? Is just improving the management of a sink, for example, fall into the remit of BNG?
So, I don't know, Mrs. Wilson might need to ask.
So, unfortunately, due to the degraded states of some of our sinks and other areas of habitat, we have seen a loss in biodiversity. So, we would consider that it would contribute to the management of those. You don't necessarily have to come into a space and plant a load of wildflower when you've already got a seed bed, but you just need to consider managing that area, better quality to actually uplift the biodiversity. It's actually been discussed that habitat that's already in sort of existence can be uplifted a lot easier than starting up brand new, and we have considered that with our choices of potential viability sites for the BNG units.
So I should just add there, Ms. Bellaris has reminded me that there are, in fact, some sinks within allocations as well, at least at this point. So that would also potentially be something that might be flagged by 6.29.
Okay. Yeah, we've already ascertained that you've referred to greenbelt removal, but greenbelt isn't a biodiversity designation, so that wouldn't justify any increase in and of itself. And we've talked about the majority of the off-site areas not being particularly well related to some of the eligible brownfield developments, so we've talked about that. And I guess I did have a question here about is there anything unique about Enfield in terms of need, but you've probably covered those issues as well. So we'll just touch on viability before I open it up. Onto viability and practicability. There has been, and there was some confusion about whether the 20% figure has been tested. The Council's confirmed that as far as you're concerned, the viability assessment does include 20%, and that's set out in tables 10.9a to 10.9c, and those figures do include the higher figures. Just on this, are there any tables in the document, and it might have to come back to me on this, except because you might need to go back to the author, which actually break down the data for each cost, so that it's clear that the tables from figures from table 8.4 have been plugged in, i.e., so there's table 8, I think table 8.4 is the one which sets out the costs for various levels of BNG. It's then where in the gargantuan document would I be able to see, if it exists, a line by line, if you like, plugging in, and just if for no other reason that, you know, I can put my mind at rest that I can check for myself that it is there.
So is the question about all costs going into the assessment, or particularly the BN?
It's just particularly of this, because there's been such a lot of people saying, well, and I'm myself asking the question. I mean, it may well be the other thing is to look at the differential between those costs and how important, how significant is it. But I suppose if there's a table in the Appendix X where I can just read across and say, okay, that figure from table 8.4 has actually gone into the final thing. I mean, not that I don't want to take your word for it, but sometimes I just want to make sure, if I can see it for myself, I'd rather see it for myself. So. But you may need to come back to me.
So I think I will need to come back just to confirm that, but my understanding is that I don't think there is such a table within this document. I think what is drawn upon is the Kent work referred to at the bottom of table 8.4. So I don't think it's separately set out within the viability update.
I assume that might well be. I mean, like a large spreadsheet saying, you know, all the costs plugged in. But yeah, the document's big enough as it is. Okay, perhaps put a pin in that anyway. We've had discussion on this before, particularly in relation to affordable housing, but the evidence does seem to suggest that there are housing typologies in locations where seeking full policy requirements, and if you take, would include the 20%, seeking full policy requirements development would not be viable. Red in there. Now, this doesn't seem to apply to greenfield development in the main, looking at the assessment. But there are some issues, it seems, particularly with new flattered development in lower value areas. So while acknowledging, again, as I did yesterday, when it comes to some climate change costs, it might not be as significant individually as affordable housing. That's generally always the most significant cost. But given the constraints that do exist in terms of viability in those areas, is it again, particularly in those areas, is it justified to increase the burden beyond what is statutorily required?
So, well, I think our answer has to be the same as in relation to the climate change requirements. The key point is that it is a minimal, it's a limited additional cost in the context of the overall build cost and overall costs of these developments. It's right that in some locations there is a viability, there are different levels of viability issue, but I don't think there's anything additional I can say as to why this element of cost should be given more or less weight versus other things within the mix. There's a planning judgment there, recognising that the viability assessment is in some ways cautious, and that's the view that the council's taken, that this is the appropriate way to pitch it.
Okay. This next question does feed into the next discussion part of the policy, but I'll raise it now because it's relating to viability. Your answer to my preliminary question 54 says that where there are specific viability concerns, as with any policy, the policy would be applied subject to viability. A couple of things on that. I don't think BG4 says anything about that, so we'll come on to that. It may be that you'll argue it doesn't need to, but that's fine. But I would just ask, is that your position, that the 20% is subject to viability? I mean, insofar as there's two ways of looking at this, of course. Sometimes policies will say, deliver X subject to viability, and therefore an applicant is able to put in a viability assessment to suggest that they can't do it. There are other things where obviously anyone at any time can suggest it's not viable, but that wouldn't be your policy. So I want to understand when you say in your preliminary, in the answer to my question, where there are concerns, the policy would be applied subject to viability. Is that a recognition that anyone at any time can put in a viability assessment and try and argue a case, or is that an acceptance that the council would invite or at least be amenable to viability assessments to reduce it below 20%?
Thank you, sir. It's probably a point I need to take instructions on. Certainly, the council's intention, as set out in its response to the preliminary questions, is that it can envisage situations where viability assessments may be relied upon to justify a lower than 20% level. Whether that's something that we say should be built directly into the policy, I'm afraid I don't currently know. So I just need to take instruction on that.
Okay. Well, I can probably return to it at some point. I would just say generally, I mean, I think there is a generally have to be careful about the subject to viability caveat, because to make sure that doesn't always assume it's always acceptable to set aside a policy requirement. And I think sometimes that is used, and it becomes well, it is subject to viability, so it's not viable, it's okay. If that's not the case, then that's
yes. So I mean, I would say that the logic of a higher than 10% BNG requirement probably puts us into a slightly different category in this terms, because it's not, the higher level is relating to the general need across the borough rather than the specific impact caused by an individual development. So there's probably not quite the same issue, but as I said, so I need to just take instructions on that.
Okay. Right, and then just again, I'd be right in saying that if the figure was set at 10%, then viability wouldn't be a factor because it's a statutory requirement. It has been put to me, and no doubt will be put to me again shortly, that delivering 20% net gain on greenfield sites cannot realistically be achieved. When asking for any comments on this, I will ask those to explain to me why, in their view, it can't be realistically achieved. But if there's any views from the council responding to those points, what would actually, do you acknowledge or do you agree with the idea that delivering 20% would not be realistically achievable?
So shortly, I don't think we do agree that 20% is not achievable on a greenfield site. Obviously, there are site-specific questions that arise, but no, we don't accept that as a general assertion.
Okay.
So, if I may add, sorry, also large majority of the greenfield sites are arable lands. So that's already a low sort of unit starting point. So we do believe that the uplift can be achieved.
Thank you. Just bear with me a second. Yet another pen has gone. My pen budget for this examination has been extraordinary. There we go. Right. Okay, so I will now open it up. I will just say, if you, particularly to Tacoma, as you're here and you've made representation along saying that it isn't realistically achievable. I would perhaps ask you to expand on that yourself, as to, not necessarily with a view on a particular site, because obviously this is a policy relating to, I know your reps refer to what it says in the Chase Park allocation. Obviously, if there was any change to this, there'd probably be a flow through to that. But just in general terms, why do you say that it's not achievable to deliver 20% on a greenfield site? Particularly bearing in mind, as what's been said, they're not necessarily starting from a high position in some of them.
Well, dealing with that, I think we are starting from a high position. I know it was put to you that most of the land was arable farming and has a low, therefore a low BNG score. But also we've got a network of brooks and waterways. We've got a network of hedgerows and trees, and we've got boundary features. And it's some species and so on are inherent. There's a part of the site is actually a sink and is to be protected and maintained as part of the sort of the master planning work that you will have seen. So I don't think it's fair to say that it's all low quality. And actually, a lot of the quality won't be fully known until we get into the nuts and bolts of preparing a planning application. So to a certain extent, what we're scared of, if you like, is the unknowns. We dealing with a lot of projects across the country, and BNG is very difficult to deal with. In answer to your question, is it impossible to get 20% BNG on a greenfield site? I suppose in some ways the answer to that has to be no, because you have the option to buy credits. So you can do no BNG and then just buy 20% worth of credits. Then it comes down to the cost of the credits and viability. My experience, BNG credits, like everything, have become a tradable commodity. In some places you pay more for them, in some places you pay less for them. It's become a whole industry now of selling BNG credits. And around London, they're the most expensive part. Also, because we have a lot of water, actually it's the water credits that are the most difficult and expensive to secure. So, we're in a difficult position because we have lots of fantastic concepts within our scheme that will enhance BNG. It's just we can't say that we'll get to 20%. Of course, we can get 20% by buying a load of credits, but then it becomes a viability issue. And I don't really think what the council wants developers to do is buy a load of credits and, have improvements elsewhere in London, maybe. That was kind of answering your question.
Just before you go on to your more general points, obviously, welcome again. But this issue about you're starting off from and again, I know you're focusing on your area, but and this is the policy for the entire borough. So, but using as an example, the starting point is avoidance. So even if you've got an allocation, which is greenfield, the assumption presumably is not to start by causing, because as I've just said, the harm that's caused to biodiversity is a separate issue to BNG. It doesn't mean you get carte blanche to do what you like just because you're going to deliver 20%, and so actually we can cause as much harm as we want. We'll just compensate for it. That's not really the point. That might be the outcome, I suppose, if you can't, you know, if you justify the harm, you still have to do that. But the mitigation hierarchy, it still starts off avoid, mitigate, compensate. So, you know, I don't, presumably, you're not starting from the premise of, we're going, you know, if you've got hedgerows and waterways and boundary treatments and sinks, you know, start from the premise of, right, we can do what we like to those things, but we've got to do something again. You're presumably starting from the premise of, well, trying to create the least amount of harm we can. And if you're creating the least amount of harm, then you know, the proportion might be 20%, but the actual cost or what, you know, physical space or whatever you've got to do is obviously then proportionately less because you're not doing as much harm in the first place. So, well, if you do less harm in the first place, then does that mean that you have to actually deliver less benefit?
You're absolutely right. I agree. And inevitably on a, you know, I know you probably don't when we talk about Chase Park, but to use an example, you know, we're going to build on the open areas. We'll maintain the hedgerows, we'll maintain the trees, and build around the most important biodiversity features. But the problem is then someone will then say, well, you're building, you know, 100 houses next to that hedgerow, and that will reduce its attractiveness for example, I don't know, bats or species, and therefore, you know, and I've had this on other sites, you know, by association of building close to what was otherwise a quiet area, you know, you're reducing the attractiveness for species, and therefore you're degrading the habitat. And once you start degrading habitat, you're into sort of having to mitigate for that. So it is, I agree with you, but there are sort of knock-on effects, maybe unintended consequences. I think probably where all this has come from is, I think we've picked up that, you know, one of the council's answers, and I'm not going to be able to call it up in time to one of your questions, was something along the lines of, well, you know, these sites were all previously developed land anyway, so they won't need much mitigation, which we felt, you know, whilst that's probably true in principle, doesn't apply to us, and there was kind of, you know, we're being lumped in with a load of brownfield sites, and that's going to sort of punish us, if you like.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Anything else? I mean, I've got your statements. I've got statements from others as well. But if there are other points, you want
there's just a few points that have risen from what's been said. If you don't mind, I won't take very long. I've been here before, and I know the form. I mean, I
don't know what that means.
the starting point is 10%, obviously, and you know the government asks for the practice asks for sort of evidence on three things. One is the sort of local need for a higher percentage. And I'm a bit puzzled by this because our colleagues have pointed me towards, you know, what says the rural area of Enfield comprises landscape of woodland, meadows and wild rivers. However, trees have been felled and rivers straightened and dredged, so now only a few fragments of this historic landscape remain. I mean, that's the whole country, isn't it, in many ways? I mean, it's certainly all of outer London. So, you know, I don't really understand why that local need. I don't really agree with what was said there. I kind of agree there's local opportunities for a higher percentage. I understand the landscape recovery work. But it's the viability point that really sort of worries us, because I just don't think there's enough in there to be able to say, you know, you can do 20% BNG, and I don't think that can be applied across all of Enfield's sites, knowing how different they are. You know, there's a growing feeling, it was in the new London plan, that planning can't solve every single problem that society is offering. And if you look at the problems that Chase Park's got to solve, you've got family housing, affordable housing, education, flooding, open space, link roads, maybe a gypsy and traveller site, and to throw sort of 20% BNG on top of that, you know, it all becomes. I'm not in a position to say we can't do it, but I'm in a position to say I'm very worried that, you know, adding on 20% BNG just makes things even more difficult. So you know, the general point is there's a national standard. We don't really see why Enfield should be different, but at the very least, and I don't think I'm going to win you over on this given what you just said, but we'd like to have seen a sort of subject to viability acknowledgement somewhere in the policy. You know, we agree with Enfield on a lot of things. I don't really like sitting here not agreeing, but this is I'm kind of worried by the unintended consequences of a policy that's probably aimed at a lot of sites across Enfield and is going to make the site we're interested in very, very difficult. That said, you know, we have a commitment to do our best. I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm just saying, you know, we're very worried by the policy and we'd like there to be, you know, either further explanation or a clear sort of way out, if you like.
I know your suggestion was that it should be a target of up to 20%.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, so it could be still a target of a minimum of 20%, but measures that would allow, I guess, some way of addressing the between 10 and 20%.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting point is you've got landscape recovery schemes. There's a lot we could do off of our site, and it could be that we could easily and efficiently get to 20%. But a lot of it comes down to the availability and cost of the credits, say BNG credits. So, for example, if a landscape recovery scheme comes about, and you know you can buy a BNG credit from that landscape recovery scheme, we don't know what the cost is going to be. There'll be a lot of other developments in Enfield and North and Outer London competing for those credits. That'll push the price up. You know, we don't know how much those credits are going to be in 5 years' time. It has become a commodities market in many ways. You know, so it's, you know, we'd love to do 20%. You know, we'd love to have that on our CV. It'd be great for selling houses. There's no reason we wouldn't do it, other than the fact that we can't do it. Just
a couple of things on that, and anything else will come back. You said the viability assessment doesn't include enough information. Have you, from there are figures in there, taken from, I think it's a Kent and Essex approach. Are they figures that you don't basically from experience and don't recognise? Or is it, that obviously, maybe in other parts of the world you're not doing 20% because 10% is the minimum?
Well, they're very old.
Right, okay.
And I think the whole BNG thing's moved on. And, you know, we may be looking several years in the future for, so it'll be different. And it's also quite a lot of experience. I mean, we and Coma Homes, so it's not just me, are doing other projects, and, you know, for the views of county ecologists vary. You know, the matrix is constantly changing. You know, if you have a minor disagreement on how an existing habitat should be classified, it could end up, you know, making 10% of a lot more, if you see what I mean. So it's kind of, in many ways, still an emerging thing. And that's one of our concerns, you know.
Do you acknowledge then, as you said, that it's actually quite difficult from a whole plan viability assessment to fix a cost, because clearly, as you say, the actual cost associated with it, it depends entirely on the harm or the degradation that's being caused, and it can differ significantly between schemes. I mean, you might have to take a punt and sort of say, well, we think it might be something like this, but. And
I feel that's why I don't want to kind of lay into the council because the figures are wrong, because I wouldn't know how to come up with the figures either. So, I'm not criticising them. I'm just saying I just don't think it can be done.
Okay. And just again, just to confirm between in terms of credits in Enfield and registered sites or how this works, is there a scheme in place? I mean, you said that there are registered sites yet, but are there a scheme for credits in place?
So just to make everybody clear, when we talk about credits, that's sort of bought statutory from like the local, from the national sector, and those are very expensive. But the units that we would be looking to bring to the market will be the standard sort of national current cost at the time. We're not looking to hold anyone over a barrel, and our scheme is to be launched within early spring next year.
Okay. That's maybe when if there was if there's something in place, when would it be? Okay. Is there anything else? Mr. Lack.
Yes, a couple of points. It seemed to me in the discussion that we had earlier when you were asking the council various questions regarding the justification for the 20%, the council seemed to be relying on some new evidence, as I understood it, that they had about the degraded state of the situation with the natural environment in Enfield. I'm not sure if that's before this examination as a piece of evidence, and therefore if it's not, I'm not quite sure how we can take note of that, because we've obviously not seen it to understand its full implications.
Must admit, I thought we were talking about the evidence that related to the landscape recovery scheme, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, we've got numerous pieces of evidence that demonstrate the same feedback, so we can make that clearer if needed.
Okay. I mean, are you saying that it's not likely to be correct, that infield's landscape is not well biodiversity?
Well, I'm just saying that surely it should be before the examination, so all parties can have a look at it.
To what end? I mean, you know, the policy is the policy. So, are you saying you don't agree with 20%?
No, I think in our representation we thought that there was the council was seeking to justify the extra percentage to compensate for the loss of some significant sites of importance of nature conservation, which are within some of the major developments, although that was just our interpretation of it. But it just seemed to me that we heard something new this morning, which we'd not seen. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay. Thank you. Council can, again, review which elements. I didn't necessarily spot anything coming out of the statement that the landscape recovery scheme is a scheme that's in place, and that's been based on some degree of evidence. There's a sort of logical, flow of information. Well, if that's justified the landscape recovery scheme, then that's something that exists for a reason, presumably. So I can take that at least as being indicative of something, nothing else. But okay, the council can come back on what's before me. Mr. Byrne, I assume you made representations on this policy.
It's about small sites, though, which we did make a representation on, but not this. But as I look at this now, I'm not sure whether this applies to small sites or not. But you'll know we do have quite a lot of representations on, and I think the small sites situation has changed, which is why I was asking for clarity, and whether that's actually been shown to be affordable in terms of the viability testing. I think it changed in 2024, maybe, that small sites might now be involved in this. So it was just a point of clarity, really, regarding small sites.
Well, we'll come on to the actual word in the policy. I think my understanding is, Council, correct me if I'm wrong, that this policy applies to eligible sites in the Act. So whatever is eligible is caught by the policy.
I meant the Act, sorry. Whether that was
and then taking from that, the policy is all development proposals. So as it stands, it's pretty clear to me. Whether it's right or whether you think whether it's justified or not, it's a different matter. But the policy is pretty clear. All development proposals will meet this requirement, and then I'm assuming all development proposals which fall in the bracket of what is the Act allows for. Exempt, if you're exempt, you're exempt. So if you're not exempt, you're not exempt. But anyway, okay. Is there just before we get into the policy wording though, although it takes about viability, so issues, obviously anything you want to respond to Tacoma's point, anything you feel that is not before me that should be in terms of evidence, although I've more than enough, and generally, and then whether or not there are any particular issues relating to small sites and viability that would need to be factored in, or have been factored in.
Hi, just I think just coming back to that point about the current state of some of those greenbelt release sites, as we've seen from the baseline surveys that we've done for the Infield Chase Landscape Recovery Project, and we've kind of already covered this a little bit, but I take Mr. Riley's points about the fact that we've recognised that a lot of the rivers in the UK are in a really poor condition, but definitely the rivers in Enfield are in worse than average condition, and those rivers, although they're rural, they've been straightened, they've been engineered, and what's great about what we've been able to do through the landscape recovery kind of development plan is identify the ways those rivers can be improved quite significantly and relatively straightforwardly. The actual cost of doing it is not that expensive in terms of viability. It's about designating or allocating space for that river restoration and reconnecting floodplains. And what's good about that is that it's very compatible with other measures like flood risk management that also need to be achieved. So rivers, there's definitely tremendous scope to improve the rivers across rural Enfield as well as in urban Enfield. And obviously there's other habitats like hedgerows, which, like rivers, are also tremendously important, not just because of the habitat value they provide, but also because of their connectivity and the way they connect other types of habitats and so on. And even those hedgerows themselves, you know, although they're in a rural landscape at the moment, they're often cut back, they're very narrow, the pressure is placed on them because of the intensive farming that takes place close to them, so allowing them to, you know, again, giving them a bit more space, allowing them to billow out. There are things that can be done relatively straightforwardly that will enable their, you know, biodiversity value to be uplifted. And that doesn't necessarily cost a lot of money, and often it's not about, it's about the way they're managed, you know, going forward. That's the key, you know, element of what's going to improve them.
Okay, and the point about the viability information being somewhat old and out of date.
Thank you, sir. I mean, I don't think we would accept that. The viability assessment was dated August 2023. The cost source referred to is June 2022. So it's not, we wouldn't accept it's out of date now, and it was certainly pretty current at the time when the viability update was prepared. It's of course the case that the details of costings and all sorts of inputs to a viability assessment will shift over time. But so overall, we rely on the viability assessment as up to date, and we wouldn't accept that any element of it falls out in that way. Other point I just thought I wanted to respond to, made by Coma Holmes, is just caution in relation. There was a point made about, well, some allocations have sinks and other features, ancient woodland or whatever. Of course, biodiversity net gain is measured within the red line of the application. Wouldn't necessarily be measured in the whole placemaking area. So that's a further point that goes to the feasibility of delivering on-site 20% on greenfield sites, which we say is, as Ms. Polaris said, we consider can be met. And I think Mr. Russell's given some extra evidence on that. Just in terms of documentation on the, and we don't consider there needs to be any further evidence before you as to the sort of state of play in biodiversity in Enfield. You've got plenty of evidence already. If I can direct you to FLD 2 to 3 and INF 3 to 5, which is the sync review. Those are the kind of key documents dealing with those issues.
Sorry, which were they?
So FLD 2 to 3, which are the it's the Biodiversity Action Plan review and Blue and Green Infrastructure Strategy.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's mainly the first which touched on this, and then there's also INF 3 to 5, which is sync specific.
Okay. And in terms of small sites, is this placing too much of a burden on them?
Well, so obviously, as you've inferred from our hearing statements, if not necessarily directly from the wording of the policy as it stands, the intention is for the requirement to align with the statutory requirement. There is an exemption for essentially very small sites, so sites that don't impact a priority habitat and impact less than 25 square metres of on-site habitat or 5 metres of on-site linear habitat. There hasn't been any specific work on small sites except for the general work contained within the viability assessment. But that's, we say that it follows essentially where BNG is anyway.
Okay, Mr. Rowley, do you have something you want to say?
Only to a very minor point that, you know, the costs were referred to as coming from 2022 and BNG wasn't mandatory till 2024, so it's difficult to know how those costs are, you know, that's why I say they're a little out of date.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd need to take away, I think, and ponder that along with various other things. Okay, thank you. There's nothing else. We'll go into the policy then. There's only 4 criteria, but I'll just go through my points as quickly as I can. I think you've suggested generally merging this policy with BG2, but we'll come on to that. You know, probably look at the content of this first and worry about merging them at another time. First of all, I agree. As you've said, any policy would need to make it clear it applies only to qualifying developments. That is an action for wherever the policy might end up. It needs to it needs to link it to that. I think in terms of criterion 1, I think it may be that this criterion is seeking to reflect, when it talks about the mitigation hierarchy, I think what it's trying to actually do is reflect the biodiversity gain hierarchy, which is different to the mitigation hierarchy, albeit they both, as far as I can tell, assume avoidance, mitigation and compensation in that order. But it can be a little bit confusing, but the PPG does make it clear that what is in the framework, the mitigation hierarchy in the framework, is different to the biodiversity gain hierarchy, which applies through the Act, I think, right in saying. So it may be that it's just, when it talks about considering in light of the mitigation hierarchy, slightly misleading, particularly as we've got BG2, I think it's BG2 which deals with this, but if they're all, you know, it may be that comes out of any action. So maybe that needs a tweak. Just to be clear. It will probably come back as well to the extent to which this policy needs to say anything at all, because it might well be, some of it is, we will apply biodiversity net gain in accordance with the Environment Act, or whatever, you know, and to say that, and then that's in the future.
Yes, so I think particularly on the first point, we'd identified that there's either duplication of BG1 or something that needs to be recast in terms of the specific hierarchy relevant to biodiversity net gain. I think our general view is as you say, saying less and referring more explicitly to the statutory mechanism would be advantageous, both in terms of the clarity of the policy, but also its ongoing effectiveness, because it is our intention that the 20% requirement remains tied to the statutory procedure. So if anything should change with that, we'd want the policy to move essentially with the statutory approach. So I think we accept that would be the effective and justified approach to take. It's what we've tried to do, but it could be clearer.
I think the logic of that would be, clearly, if there was any that how the extra 10% was managed locally, if you like. So if it was subject to viability, for example, then I guess that would have to, it would be that this is going to be implemented in line with the Act or with the statutory instrument, but where it applies to the 20, you know, if there's any again local flavour relating to 20%, that would mean that if you like, between the 10 and 20% is treated slightly different. But if we just go through those points, it might be, it comes out of that. So criteria 2 and 3 seem to cover a lot of ground on how the metric and regime works. So again, that's probably where you're saying it doesn't really take you anywhere that's not in the statutory regime anyway. But again, I can see why it might be useful, at least, to set out that on-site is preferable. So it might well be, again, it's sort of, we're going to, you know, to give an indicator that, you know, we're following the approach of the statutory framework in terms of on-site being preferable. I mean, whether that's in the policy or in the supporting text, I don't know, but I think it's useful for the plan to make that clear to people, particularly if they're not necessarily familiar. Criterion 4, I did ask a question about this, but it was all wrapped up in my points on landscape recovery. And I think it's this idea that whether or not all proposals in the Enfield Chase recovery area, you know, how can all proposals for BNG be required to have regard to the landscape recovery strategy? Because again, it's not really, that's not how it works, is it? It may be that you'll be purchasing credits or something to help with, you know, to contribute to the landscape recovery scheme or anything else, but it's not. That seems more like either a strategic issue or more of a DM issue about proposals which are occurring within the landscape recovery scheme.
Yes, or it could be qualified where it is not possible to meet the 20% requirement on site. regard should be had to opportunities as arising under these documents, which I think is the intention of the policy.
I think a lot of probably criterion 4 is actually supporting text really anyway than policy.
So we would agree with that. It's supporting text, and it goes to what Mr. Russell was saying around how a lot of work has been done to identify, key areas of degradation that could be improved, such as the brooks, that could just kind of guide and give pointers to developers as to where that might that gain, might be applied. So I think it is definitely supporting text. Thank you, sir.
And then, sorry, this is just a general point about whether or not it's necessary to repeat anything that might be covered by the statutory framework. So it may well be, so other than seeking 20%, it wouldn't be necessary to mention, I mean, in theory, you could argue it wouldn't be necessary to mention BNG at all in the plan if you were only seeking 10%. I mean, because it's required anyway, but no doubt there'd be a lot of objections to the plan. So it's understandable why there's a policy that does that. You want to, at the moment, seek 20%, and there might be ways that is managed that you want to refer to locally about landscape recovery, so that's fine. So, but yes. So I think I will hear what people have to say. I will say the supporting text anyway would need to bring it up to date because some of it is out of date now because it refers to a world before the Act was enacted. So, yeah. So I think clearly the main issue is whether or not 20% is justified or not, but then I think the action, for me at least, will be to sort of advise on how I think that should be rewritten. Again, probably... well, let me hear what people have to say and then I'll come back. So any comments on the policy itself? No? It's quite okay, well, that's pretty straightforward then. So I think the action then is for the council in the first instance to come up with a revised approach, whether that's part of BG2, we'll perhaps get on that when we look at BG2 or BG1, revised approach, which actually, if you like, takes out the stuff that isn't policy or isn't necessary because it's just repeating what's in the statutory regime and then, or statutory framework, and then, again, any issues relating to what is specific about Enfield in terms of 20%. I will obviously come back on that at some point, but as it stands at the moment, how that would work. And again, I guess the council probably wants to put its mind to whether it does want to say subject to viability or not. You can't answer that now at the moment. So if you like, I will see what you come up with, and then I guess if I need to provide additional advice. This might be one of those policies where my post-hearing advice will go beyond the action or not, as it were. So you've got an action now to rejig what you've got. I may add something to that if I feel that a change is needed. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome to stay, obviously, but if you're also welcome to. Thank you for your help this morning. We'll just do the general points I wanted to cover on open space before we get into the policies themselves. So if we go back, if you like, to the beginning. So as I was saying, there has been an opportunity to already to discuss open space, and this goes to my question 10.2 and 10.3 about whether the plan is consistent with policy G4 of the London Plan, and is it positively prepared in terms of open space? So there has been an opportunity to talk about open space issues already. I've had statements which might expand on that in terms of the overall approach, some of which I think it's fair to say I've heard before, so I don't necessarily need to get into any discussion we've already had. There is an overriding point that we may not have picked up on in the CL5 session, and that is whether the plan as a whole is positively prepared in terms of identifying locations to meet deficiencies that any evidence might have identified, because CL5 was very much about the table and the individual numbers rather than, if you like, the strategy. I do have, if you like, the opposing views before me, so I've got a lot of that information before me. I don't need to necessarily go into, if we can avoid too much back and forth on that. Clearly, there's enough before me, I think, to provide feedback to the council in due course. But I'm also conscious that of the, as I said before, the imminent publication, which has been referred to several times, of the new playing pitch strategy might also have a bearing. So, I don't know if that's going to have a bearing or not. I was told it was going to be available in October, and then early November, and now it's the 12th of November. I've still not heard of it. So perhaps the first thing the council can explain is when is this document, much heralded document, going to be with me?
Thank you. So yes, so I understand that it's due to arrive shortly. It's obviously needs to be reviewed initially once we have the draft. So we'll be hoping to get it with you, to you as soon as possible, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is awkward, isn't it? Because in the normal course of events, I might have said, well, it's tough, isn't it? You know, you've got the plan is the plan, and that's what and I am still examining the plan as it stands. But I've been, you know, you've already sought to change or suggest some changes to policy based on this document, which I've not seen, or the emerging document. So, if you like, you've opened the door to it, and I think, you know, it would be. Sometimes we do have to accept new evidence when it arrives, particularly if it's quite significant. So, and if it does have a bearing on the strategy, then I ought to know about it. But it does make it very difficult to have a sensible conversation about some of this stuff, just as with CL5. If I'm going to be told, well, actually, you know, CL5 needs to change, or we've got some different approach, or so on and so forth. So it does make this a little bit tricky. But nevertheless, I will ask the questions I've got now, and we can deal with what we can deal with. So I will just ask the council whether they have any response to the specific criticism that the evidence that you have got and you have had, that the plan submitted was based on, identifies areas of deficiency of open space geographically, particularly in the southeast of the borough, and the plan hasn't necessarily dealt with. And so the question of whether it is positively prepared or not. So just could you address those points really? Should you have been allocating, identifying areas of new open space in those areas to ensure the plan, A, is consistent with policy G4 of the London plan, but B, generally positively prepared?
Thank you, sir. I mean, firstly, sir, just in terms of what the London plan seeks, requires the G4A requires the undertaking of a needs assessment to identify areas of public open space deficiency, and then the development plan should include appropriate designations and policies for the protection of open space to meet needs and address deficiencies. And then 3, promote the creation of new areas of public accessible open space, ensuring that future open space needs are planned for, especially in areas with potential for substantial change, for ensuring publicly accessible, remaining publicly accessible. What the plan tries to do is to maximise opportunities for open space, and you see that particularly in BG1H. Also, obviously, protection through CL5, well, through BG8, and then through CL5, a requirement on developments generally to provide open space in accordance with the evidence base and the deficiencies identified within it. There are also, within a number of the allocations, particular specifications and identifications of a need for open space. Now, we say that's positively prepared and justified and meets the requirements of both the framework and the London plan. It's right, and I accept that we're not creating specific standalone designations or allocations that are seeking to create new open spaces. But our position is we're doing what the policies require and what's practicable and effective within the constraints of the environment that we're talking about here, which of course is a highly constrained urban environment, particularly in the areas where there are deficiencies. So where there are allocations in those areas, there is a general theme throughout the plan of encouraging the provision of acceptable and improved open spaces. So we do say we are properly and soundly and positively addressing the issues identified.
Okay. And do you have any evidence to suggest, or you, where you talk about allocations, that this is slightly CL5-ish, I suppose, but generally that if you take the view that allocations, or any development for that matter, will have to meet the requirements of CL5, but allocations will have to meet the requirements of CL5, that degree of open space within those allocations can't be met. You know, it's not realistic to be met. And I'm not suggesting here, and the difficulty is, of course, I'm not assessing plan applications or assessing master plans per se. You know, so it becomes a bit whether it's reasonably likely that you can deliver both the level of housing. You know, when you're doing your capacity assessments, basically, have you taken into account the need to deliver a certain amount of open space, a certain amount of other infrastructure? The capacities have regard to that.
So I think certainly when we've been talking about individual allocations, and if Mr. Kennedy were here, he would be, I think, the man to turn to. He has made clear that in identifying the capacities, regard has been had to what open space will be required on those sites. It's difficult to answer the question further than that, but so I think the evidence you've heard has tended to, we've referred to open space throughout that, the stage 2 hearing. So yes, I would say my understanding is certainly that open space has been taken into account in identifying those site capacities.
Thank you. As I think, I don't want to talk about CL5 again, really. I've got a lot of information about this, and it may well be this might be one of the things I need to come back on, and whether it's through written reps or something else when I see the plain pitch strategy and so on. So there's not much more I can reasonably say about this. I've got a fairly reasonable position, I think, on open space situation in Enfield, but there's also this looming presence. So, Mr. Byrne, I know you've made comments on this. So.
Thank you, sir. And I think you very well summarised our position, really, about it not being positively prepared, particularly in regards to the southeast of the borough, that there's just not been enough attention given to the deficits and deficiencies that are already there. And frustratingly for us, we feel they could have been. The second point, which again, sir, you picked up on, is really about, and not wanting to go obviously back through site allocations, but there are instances where the Blue and Green Strategy Infrastructure Audit, which is a really useful document, very usable, very clearly identifies deficiencies in particular wards, and then you go through the site allocations and say, well, has that been reflected in each of these? And you can easily find in most cases, no. It doesn't seem to reflect those. And we've just given one example, just to say this is an example. It says there's, across the borough as a whole, as we'll come on to, there is sufficient allotment provision, but there's pockets where there isn't. And our feeling was that in certain site allocations, particularly the larger site allocations, that should have been considered and included and accounted for. And we recognise that there is a potential here for what we're saying, particularly in terms of large sites. I don't want to go back over Meridian Water as just as an example, that we come into the uncomfortable position so that that we have been advocating for more homes, but also simultaneously raising issues about this transformational change in the area, in an area that already has significant deficits of access to green space. We completely appreciate that some green space has been allowed within those developments, but this is in nowhere near the scale needed. And that's it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you want to respond to? I think the position, the council, I'm never going to, I guess the council's position is the council's position, your position, obviously I've got all of that. I need to go away, but I say there may be something else we need to come back on. And all of that discussion also goes back to the things I still need to go in clarifying my own mind about stage 2 as well. So these are all these things come together at some point, and I have to, as I said before, sit in my darkened room and ponder it all at length. So anyway, I'm going to leave that there, and it's an opportune time for a break, and then we'll come back and then we'll get into the actual policies. And I think I did make a note. Mr. Byrne, you've, again, welcome to comment on the policies you made reps on, but just in terms of your statement, you've made your statements cover BG 1, 3, 7, 8, 11 and 13. I don't know whether, if they are the ones, then we can chop it up like that and then you can depart. But at the end, I don't know what Mr. Lack's particular interests are as well.
Well, we made representations on a number, but not the whole gamut.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they completely overlap.
Yeah.
With,
I mean, I could just do it chronologically, in which case it may be that there's discussions you've both sat there.
I'm prepared to be here all day.
Okay.
Same for me, and I think there's such crossover that,
Okay.
that I would like to be here if it's acceptable.
Okay. Well, no, you can. You're welcome to be here anyway. I just want to try and make it if you're leaving. But if you're intending to stay, then I'll just go through them and then we can deal with that. So. Yeah, exactly. Indeed. So I'm going to break here then, and we'll come back at 11:20. Thank you, and we'll be back on to BG1. So thank you. Just for the council, Steve's given me a copy of the GLA letter. I've read it once. I might need to read it several more times, but I've got a copy, and then obviously I'll issue some instructions in due course about getting it published and so on. But what I do with it, or what, if anything, I do with it, will take some more time. Okay, right, so, but we'll go back to then policy BG1, or to policy BG1, which is a sort of overarching policy, which I didn't ask too much about, really. It's a sort of strategic policy which sets out a lot of what I might call generally laudable aims and objectives. My main concerns are about implementation, as criterion 1 refers to proposals will be expected, and criterion 2 sets out a few schemes and priorities, but isn't clear to me. It wasn't clear to me from the policy whether these are schemes the council is implementing themselves, whether they were expecting things to be delivered by developers, a bit of both. We had a similar issue in discussion in relation to PL9 the other day. The council's response to my comments, I think, suggests that criterion 1 is meant to be about developers delivering things rather than the council will, albeit 1C might fall outside that category because that's about reviewing sites and reports of conservation, which is the council will do that, not developers will do that. And criterion 2 also seems like the intention, I think, is that the policy is used to guide decisions, at least where planning obligations might be necessary. So it's setting out the types of things where planning obligations might well be required. But references in this council's statement to partnerships and things left me wondering a bit more. And I wasn't quite sure what the reference to partnerships and so on meant. If you're in a 106, it's not a partnership. You're required to deliver what a 106 is required to deliver. So I was a bit confused. So I think while the policy is meant to be strategic, there are no criteria or thresholds in place. These are presumably picked up elsewhere. That the purpose and implementation of the policy does become unclear. I think it's generally unclear. How do schemes or ideas set out in criterion 2 relate to allocations or other proposals and what you would be asking for? So some are quite broad, some are very specific. It isn't clear whether the lists are exhaustive or just examples and so on. I'm also not sure if some of the things that are in criterion 2 should be in criterion 1 and vice versa. I don't think the distinction between them is particularly clear. So with all of that in mind, I think you probably consider this yourself. You have suggested the potential for some modifications, but I'm not. So I think you've identified some limitations and modifications, but perhaps you could set out how it is you expect to amend it. I don't know if this is in line with the amendments that we talked about the other day in relation to some of the other policies we were talking about, where there were similarly on a long list. I think it's PL9, isn't it? A similarly long list of things which might get. Again, that list wasn't clear, and I think the idea was to make that list smaller and more focused. So is the same proposal here?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think there's. I think the other list is also in BG7, if I'm not mistaken. But we have alluded to the fact that also a lot of them relate to how PL9 sort of will consider them and bring them together in terms of opening up access to our countryside. I think the the list here is slightly different in that it does focus on green infrastructure links and improvements that we have identified as, key priorities in the borough. And I think our proposal is that clause 2, criterion 2, sort of makes that a little bit clearer to say something like, just looking at the wording, new development within the vicinity of these identified priority areas, would be, should prioritise, looking at these to kind of encourage the fact that if they are going to be delivering green infrastructure and they are within the vicinity of these, kinds of identified priorities, that we would expect, some contribution towards that. And in doing so, I think as you have alluded to, sir, the policy probably needs a little bit of reordering to ensure that some of the clauses in the second part are actually, as you just said, brought in up front, because they are more general aims and objectives of green infrastructure enhancement. In terms of the partnership approach, I think we mentioned that because we allude to that in our supporting text, not necessarily the policy itself, and it still stands. So because we feel that sometimes these the discussions that happen around green infrastructure improvements, and also, as we have already talked about, in terms of when you're trying to encourage projects that have already been identified as, if you like, quick wins to try and encourage the enhancements in those areas, that it's that partnership, the partnership approach we're talking about is that the discussions that happen as part of, the agreement of the obligations at a particular point in time. So it's really kind of encouraging that two-way process and conversation at the time. Have I covered all the points? So the reordering of the policy, just to kind of make it a bit clearer as to who is responsible, and what is the aims of enhancing blue and green infrastructure. Clause 2 will keep references to the identified key green infrastructure priorities, and just make it clear as to the rewording of Clause 2 on how that could be achieved, or what we are encouraging development to consider. And
just on that,
yes,
I suppose it's just the way my mind works. You're asking if the list of schemes,
yes,
in 2. If I've understood this is the idea is these are things which the council, these are important schemes for the council, and in meeting a development's other requirements, whether it be B&G, open space, compensatory improvements, if it's green belt, so on and so forth. It may be that you will ask for, or the requirement for 106 contributions towards meeting these schemes, if relevant and appropriate to do so. Yeah. I suppose the problem, the slight issue I have with what you've been talking about is this idea that it's a partnership thing. It's not a part, or that you're getting developers to think about it. But no, because an application comes in, and they're not volunteering, or shouldn't be necessarily volunteer. They may do, obviously, but through heads of terms and things. But the idea is you're driving. Again, it's you're driving this. So if you need, if it's a requirement that can be justified through the SIL regs to contribute to, just looking at 2A, a green loop, then that's the policy. I think it's that idea that it's all about getting people to think about things. We come back to this a lot. This plan is very much about, there's a lot in this plan about encouraging and supporting and attitudinal issues, rather than actual, this is what you're doing, this is what you're not doing. Not unsound necessarily, or not necessarily ineffective, but sometimes I think it sort of blurs lines. But shouldn't we just be clear what it is you want? Now, I would question whether you need criterion 2, because the rest of the plan should be setting out what you need, in terms of this is how much open space you provide, this is how much B&G you've got to provide, this is what transport improvements you've got to provide, this is what public accessibility improvements you've got to provide, these are what things you've got to avoid. So I do wonder, sort of setting out these very specific examples is either A, going to make a rod for your own back, because it makes it very difficult to do anything different, or is just going to get in the way of all the other policies which actually set out very specifically what it is they require? So I can sort of understand if this was more of a policy that said, these, you know, the council will type, the council will, so criterion 1 to me seems to lend itself more to a council will. The council will protect and enhance areas of our green belt. The council will ensure development protections, you know, blah, blah, that sounds like a council will do that. The second one might well be the council will prioritise these schemes. I just don't know whether it's justifiable or effective or even necessary to link that back to developers.
Thank you, sir. I think in terms of the list that's found in BG7, we agree those are, the large majority were already costed and being delivered, and we propose to delete those, and that is... Oh, sorry. And to delete those because those were very much council-led. In terms of this list, it's slightly different in that it's really just highlighting green infrastructure enhancement initiatives or areas where enhancement could benefit. And we believe that highlighting it can just help to guide how a proposal might respond. And driving that priority to those areas of poor quality, deficiency, etc. So really trying to direct that enhancement to where it's most needed. So we feel that having it there serves a purpose and a benefit overall to enhancing blue and green infrastructure overall for the borough.
Okay, thank you. Again, as with all things for me to take away. One thing, just in general, about the policy and its operation, again, probably didn't ask a specific question about this, is what purpose figures 6.1 and 6.2 have? Because they're not referred to in the policy, or they are referred to in the supporting text. Well, 6.1 is just a sort of... do they have no determinative basis? They're purely there for illustrative reasons? And...
Yes, sir, that's correct. They were there to essentially highlight the key green infrastructure assets of the borough. Potentially they're just a different map of more or less the same thing, and we could merge the two into one illustrative plan.
Okay. I mean, well, I'm not sure.
I mean, there's no harm in keeping them in any case if they are. They're simply just trying to give a broad indication of where our green infrastructure assets are, which can often be helpful to applicants when they're sort of trying to understand the context of their own sites.
I just wanted to make sure there was nothing, again, no expectation that there's something on these plans which feeds back into the policy and that there's something missing. But if they're purely illustrative, they're purely illustrative. Okay, thank you.
And so, sorry, to go back to the word partnership, if we deem it problematic, we can always remove it from the supporting text.
Yeah, I mean,
it was really simply to just encourage that conversation, and we can just reword it to say that more than the partnership approach if you deem it necessary.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll think about that. I suppose the main thing is I didn't have a huge amount to say. They all sound good or great. It's all good stuff, isn't it? All mother and apple pie. Everything's going to be wonderful. But it's just how it actually works in practice. And I think, it may be that some reordering and tweaking is required. So I'll hear any comments they've got, and then I'll just say what I think, at least in the first instance. Maybe. I mean, I think it's tweaks more than probably wholesale changes based on what you've said, at least for now, for me to think about. But yeah, any comments on BG1? No? Okay, thank you. I would just say, I think you've suggested some modification that I need. I think I'll like to see a draft of that then in the schedule, and I'll probably feed back in fullness of time as to whether or not I think it's... And again, if there's anything more fundamental I think needs changing, I'll make that clear in my post-hearing notes. So, yeah. So can we move on to BG2? This is the protecting nature conservation sites. So this is probably where a lot of my initial question about 181 to 185 of the framework kick in. But I think when I look at this policy, I can see a lot of familiar words from the framework and London Plan Policy G6. So I guess in essence what the plan must do is ensure that it's consistent with paragraphs 186 and 187, which is the main areas of assessment of the MPPF and I guess G6 of the London Plan. Just in terms of criterion 1, I see you've suggested a modification that would just require compliance with national policy or G6, but as far as I can tell, G6 doesn't refer to SPAs, SACs, SACs, Ramsar sites. It just refers to sinks. Although, as is often the case in the London Plan, it seems, then the supporting text goes and adds a lot more policy about other things. So, hey-ho. Clearly, the effect on European sites is covered by different legislation, but it might still be necessary, or at least useful, to set out how the effects will be assessed and what mitigation will be expected, or at least the mitigation hierarchy. And then there's also think about how this fits into BG3 and BG4 as well. So, in terms of your suggested modification, I think it's one to leave with me. But I think, yes, in essence, it might be enough to allude back to, rather than try and reinvent the wheel, to refer to national policy or statutory requirements, I suppose.
Thank you, sir. And I don't know if now's the moment to raise, but just I think in our hearing today we've floated the idea of combining BG2 and BG3.
Yes.
Obviously, that's not perhaps the most important question, is whether or not they need to be combined or not. But just to make clear the rationale for having two different policies. It's intended that BG2 is to cover the protection of all nature conservation sites and to reflect the hierarchy of sites, etc., set out in the framework. And we're entirely happy to leave with you. So the question of whether it's simplest just to cross-refer to national policy, and we've set out why we're happy to do that, and the London Plan as well. I think BG3, just to be clear, it's very much about setting out and putting a policy context for the particular issue that has been identified in relation to recreational impacts on the Epping Forest SAC. There is a reference in there to air quality, which we'll come to, but that essentially needs to come out because of the evolving evidence on the potential air quality impact. But that's why we have that dual situation, and I think our view at this point is probably that it's sensible to keep the two separate.
I think the main thing on BG3, I think in terms of why you would have having two policies, it's not unsound to have more than one policy on something clearly, but I think it's where BG3 is the first criterion, if not the first two criteria, are basically repeating what's in BG2 about the effect on the Epping Forest SAC, which would be covered naturally by BG2 because that covers SACs.
Yes.
So.
With all of these, it's probably a question of turning that into a cross-reference.
Yeah.
To say impacts on the SOC will be dealt with.
No, there's no particular reason why you shouldn't. I mean, again, barring the basic principle of not duplicating. If BG2 and BG3 said exactly the same thing, it may not be unsound to do that. I think it may be that looking at there's a slight difference in emphasis in them. It may be more along the lines of, I think. I'll come on to it. Maybe I'm misremembering this, but BG3 is along those. There shall be no impact on Epping Forest, which is not quite what the framework says. Of course, then we go back to the mitigation hierarchy, but that's something we can come on to. It may be that it's fine. Okay. But yeah, I understand the reasoning for the two policies. That makes some sense. I think when I was mentioning BG3, I was thinking about how the legislation deals with European sites or protected sites, I should call them. So yeah, but. There's a thing for me, I think, in terms of, is it easier just to cross-refer to some of these? I will just say that under criterion, notwithstanding criterion 1 and whether that's changed or not, we do have a policy on the Epping Forest SAC, but looking back to the habitat rate, the HRA, there's the Lee Valley SPA and the Wormley Hoddesdon Parkwood SAC. This is slightly out with the nature, but it just occurred to me that does the HRA identify any potential harm in relation to those areas, and how would they be, you know, do they, I suppose the question is, do they need to be highlighted in the same way, or at least, well, if not to the extent the Epping Forest SAC is, but to some extent or not? Or is it that they can just be dealt with under criterion 1 in the normal way?
Our position is that we don't need them to be included within BG3 or something equivalent. They are, of course, referred to within the explanatory text as they're identified as potentially sites where there is a potential for an adverse effect, and that can be dealt with through the evidence. But there isn't. We're not relying on a strategic mitigation strategy as set out in relation to recreational mitigation on the Epping Forest.
Okay, and then yeah, obviously criterion 1, if it is going to, even, well, they say 2 options. It's either redrafted to, I think, if it stays as it is, to be verbatim what's in the framework, so it would be, you know, there'd be or, for example, rather than ands, I think, for the 3 criteria, but making sure the wording is the same, or, you know, taking it out and saying effects on biodiversity will be considered in accordance with national and London plan policy, or words like that. So either way, there should be no detriment. But again, it's the extent to which I guess there's any need to highlight these local issues of Epping Forest or these other SPAs. So, you know, that would be the indicator, I suppose, of what the council decides to do, if it needs to do anything at all. Criterion 2, so it reads very much like this is an attempt to reflect paragraph 186B, but I think it goes awry in that the MPPF doesn't mention mitigation or compensation unless you consider 186A applies to triple SIs, which I'm not convinced about, because 186B wouldn't need to say the only exception. So I think 186A and 186B are different. They're not part of the same test. I think 186B is about, you know, it's its own, so it doesn't talk about compensation mitigation. So I think so in any event you could just say development, you know, involving triple SIs will be assessed in accordance with national policies. There's no potential for misinterpretation of national policy in that regard.
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think we're happy to refer to national policy. For what it's worth, I think 186A is a broader policy dealing with any significant harm to biodiversity. I absolutely accept that mitigation is no part of the test for impact for development, which has an effect on a triple SI. But
yes.
I think all that criteria 2 does is try to make sure that in the event that that harm to a triple SI is justified, there is also mitigation and or compensation, which I think would be in accordance with 186A.
It's the provided, because obviously the framework just talks about there having to be the benefits clearly outweigh the impact. You might well be right that you wouldn't. Some of that would have to be assessed in terms of what mitigation you're going to be taking into account as part of that. You know, but the way that criterion 2 is worded, and or compensate harmful impacts. So it might suggest that compensating for harmful impacts in and of itself is a way of justifying it. But
I think the and or is related to mitigation and or compensation.
yeah, but I
understand your point, sir.
Yeah.
I understand, and I think referring to national policy is a safer way in some ways.
yes, exactly. Well, exactly. And if it changes, yeah, it is just more straightforward. I think. And there's no need to have this debate, I suppose, if that's the case. And I think criterion 3 is an attempt to effectively copy London Plan G6, but I think again does it in a slightly different way. But having said that, I think there are elements of G6 that make me a little uncomfortable, because I think you could read G6 as implying, and I think it's just again a way the G6 is trying to reflect national policy. but it makes, because it might imply that unavoidable harm to a sink could be acceptable, which is not how I read 186A. You know, it's not provided you provide some, you know, any degree of harm is acceptable provided you do some sort of compensation or give us some money. It's not that's the case. There's still first port of call is you know, avoid the harm and so on. And then it obviously might be, there will be, and undoubtedly could be situations where the degree of harm to a biodiversity asset can't be mitigated, and the level of compensation would not justify the harm that's caused. So, I think all it's really doing is trying to reflect national policy. So it may well be criterion 3 is not particularly needed, or it is just repeating G6. But as I say, if you're going to copy G6, then copy G6. Don't come up with your own version of it. I think it's like, don't come up with your own version of national policy, don't come up with your own version of London plan policy. Either cross-refer to it or copy it verbatim, I'd say, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel. So I think there's a tweak there, one way or the other. The only thing one other thing I've just got to say on this, and it's more of a omission from the policy, and you might say, well, so what? It doesn't matter because it's a national policy. But rereading 186 and rereading this policy, there's no reference to irreplaceable habitats. I know BG10 does talk about loss of veteran trees and ancient woodlands, so that covers it to an extent, maybe. And there may be no other irreplaceable habitats in Enfield other than veteran trees and ancient woodland. I don't know. But it's whether or not, you know, that, again, you could tell me, well, we don't need to because it's in national policy, and I would then say, well, that's true, but so are a lot of other things that are in the plan, and it raises questions of, is it a deliberate omission, deliberately having a different approach to national policy, so on and so forth, although, you know, one assumes that's not the case. Or it may be, well, you're happy that BG10 covers it itself.
So it is covered by BG10, but it's probably not the first place you might look to sort of consider that. So potentially BG10 should actually be referencing back to this policy, I believe. So I think it makes more sense, now that you've raised it, to actually insert that into here and then just cross-reference if needed from BG10.
Probably, yeah. And again, it might well be development affecting irreplaceable habitats to be addressed in accordance with national policy, but at least, and it sort of reads through, but at least no one can suggest, I mean, you know, at least anyone wanting to understand how Enfield is going to deal with development in irreplaceable habitats will know, if nothing else, or at least content that you've had you're mindful of it and it's national policy.
Yes, so thank you. And I don't know whether we have blanket bog limestone pavement.
No, probably not. I don't know.
Salt marsh or lowland fen, but I suspect ancient woodland and veteran trees are the main issue in Enfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think in hedgerows, potentially ancient hedgerows, but yes.
But I think just from a logical flow, I think maybe move it to here. And sorry, another thing that has occurred to me in rereading the document before coming today is that figure 6.3 has this deficiency in access to nature mark on it. And again, I suppose there's nothing in the policy that refers to figure 6.3. So I just wondered what the point of it was. And actually, bearing in mind the discussion we've had this earlier about BNG, whether or not actually this is more related to that discussion really, and highlighting areas of deficiency. But I didn't know whether there was any point. What the point was of figure 6.3 in relation to BG2, because it seems to identify things which aren't referred to.
Yes, sir, and I think we've noticed that too, and feel that we probably do need a clause that sort of suggests that any enhancements should also address areas of deficiency. I think it just helps to encourage. I think no, 6.3. I think it's also relevant to here in terms of encouraging access to nature, so enhancing sites to encourage that access to nature. Of course, BG1 is also all about, as well, encouraging access to nature and access to green spaces. But
I mean,
think
it
it's
may
worth-
be if BG1 is talking about the overall overarching strategy for blue and
About
green infrastructure
access.
in Enfield, then 6.3, and I can't quite remember if we've just been talking about it, but if BG1 was the council will seek to address deficiencies in access to nature, which might be one of the criteria, then logically this figure would help with understand that, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. I think Clause H does reference, in particular locations which are of highest level of deficiency in the borough. We're potentially not specific about nature sites here, but we could easily also just add in either deficiency in open space and/or access to nature within that clause, and then that covers that. If deemed more appropriate to just include it once. However, the map, we have included areas of deficiency for nature as a insert map, if you like, but there are other areas of deficiency, as we spoke about earlier, and they're all covered in the Green-Blue Infrastructure Strategy maps that also show sort of other areas of open space deficiency. So we're not only relying on 6.3 to guide where that might go. Mm. And our supporting text also sort of highlights those wider areas of deficiency.
Yeah. Sorry, I assumed the only area on 6.3 which is about deficiency was the deficiency in access to nature. I took open space. It was purely that was just defining where open space is, not a deficiency in open space. But was my reading of the map.
Sorry, that's correct, sir. Sorry if I misled that, but that's correct. The figure is only looking at access to nature deficiencies.
So it doesn't. So all I'm saying is, again, might amount to nothing in the great scheme of things. It might be more of an additional modification for the council than a soundness issue, to be fair. But this map doesn't seem to relate very well to the policy it's sitting in. That's all. And there's no reference to it in any supporting text. So I guess something for you. I'm not sure it's a soundness issue per se.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll take that away, and we can see the point about.
Yeah. If it's not related, I mean, it's a soundness issue if there's a sort of outcome. It's a bit like 6.1 and 6.2. If there's some policy that you're seeking to say in those red-lined areas we want to do this, then it might be a soundness issue. If it's purely illustrative and then it doesn't matter where it appears, frankly, but it probably isn't the right place.
Thank you, sir. We will think about how, yes.
So, any comments on BG2, Mr. Byrne?
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, beg your pardon. We obviously, I know you made about the Epping Forest SAC, which we'll come on to, but there is a bit of an overlap, I expect.
Thank you, sir. Yes, and it's a small point about the map. You've already picked up on the point where we were questioning what the purpose was, but also there is, in our view, an error on the map, which is an error which feeds through a lot of the issues which come up as well under the Epping Forest policy, which is to do with the area around Meridian Water, which is marked as open space just below the reservoir. It isn't open space in the sense that we would generally understand open space. It is greenbelt land, but it is completely closed off and inaccessible, and it's not open in the sense of being viewable either. So it's not open space. And if I might say, this quite often happens on maps linked to Meridian Water, and it does give people a rather false impression of how much green accessible space there is in the area, when in fact it's nothing remotely like that. We wish it were, but it isn't. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I mean, it's beholden. I mean, I suppose it's coming back to my point, really. If the map has, dare I say, no purpose, then it's from my point, it doesn't matter whether it's accurate or not, to a certain extent, because it's not feeding back into a policy. We may come on to that. But if it does have a purpose, it needs to be. It should be accurate anyway. So, but it might be one for the council to make sure in doing its due diligence on these documents before it goes out. I mean, again, this is all without prejudice. I may change my position on this in fullness time, so it is a soundness issue, but yeah.
Thank you. So we'll check the plans. I mean, I note on this one, open space includes essentially all the greenbelt. So it's obviously doing something slightly different to identifying particularly those areas that are publicly accessible.
Yeah. And I note that the 400-metre access buffer doesn't seem to include the area you're talking about. So would imply that they've accepted that it's not an open area of access. But why it's on the map in the first place if it's not, then yeah, I think it's a fair point to say. Yeah. I mean, there may well be a general action, which I think there was in my preliminary, sort of a general issue in my preliminary question is, are all these maps accurate? You know, because actually, you've got areas of open space on there, as you say, if it's all the green belt, okay, but actually it's not accurate because it's not removed the areas of green belt that you're seeking to remove. So, you know, clearly they're not going to be open space, are they? If there are, well, A, they might not be already because they're fields, but B, they're not going to be for development sites. So I think maybe there's a general action of make sure your maps are accurate.
Yes, I suspect so. The issue is the key here. It's what it's trying to show is distances to accessible open space.
Yeah. I think it's not the only map in the plan actually, though, where the greenbelt boundaries, you know, again, do not reflect the greenbelt boundaries as you're intending them to be. So that's the thing. Okay, thank you. I'll move on then to BG 3. Sorry, the action I was going to say wasn't the action on BG2. I think it may well, at least in the first instance, be effectively tweaked to refer to national and London Plan policy as relevant and move the irreplaceable habitats test. Okay. At least in the first instance, unless I write more. Sorry, there's something outside that's blinding me. So it's a bright light out there. Don't go toward the light. So BG3. So this is about the Epping Forest SAC. I asked quite a lot of questions about this, to be fair, but there are two elements to the questions, as is often the case. Firstly is whether or not the plan is going to be effective in terms of mitigation for any potential effects on the SAC, and then again looking at the detail of the policy. So again, I'll probably split those two issues up into broad areas and then invite comment. If I'm not mistaken, the HRA concluded that there may be likely significant effects resulting from an increase in recreational activity. That is why it's fed through to the plan. The policy requires provision of suitable alternative natural green spaces, or SANGs for short, and the implementation of strategic management and monitoring measures, or SAMs. So we're going to be talking about SANGs and SAMs, and both of these take the form of financial contributions. In terms of SANGs, I asked about, do you have any? Status of them. The Council's pointed me to the Epping Forest SAC Recreation Mitigation Strategy of 2023, and the strategy, that strategy identifies a number of consented and potential SANGs which have been referred to in your statement. So, kind of just in the first instance, then, what are the status of these SANGs? From the document, it seemed that some were seemingly committed, it seemed like, and some were potential. I just wondered, in what is the situation, and does the council, even where it's potential, does the council have control over the land, and is there an implementation strategy for these?
Thank you, sir. So just possibly to clear up some misunderstanding in terms of the terminology, there's a table 4.1 which deals with consented SANGs. Those are sites where essentially there was a permission in place, and that permission involves a strategy for addressing impacts on the Epping Forest SAC that won't involve using the SANG projects identified in the recreational mitigation strategy. So those aren't SANGs to be delivered to mitigate the wider impacts of the plan. Those are schemes which are consuming their own smoke. The schemes set out, the projects set out in the recreational mitigation strategy have been developed by the council alongside LEPUS, its consultants, and we've got Mr. Davison today, and also with detailed involvement from Natural England, who have actually visited all of the sites and seen what's proposed in relation to them. And they're set out, or at least they're set out, I think, in section 6, with a summary of the estimated costs of those projects at 7.1. So those are the sites to which the mitigation strategy relates, at least in its current form. Just come back to that point in a moment, but in relation to its established form at the moment. I think my understanding is that those are all sites on council-controlled land. Is that correct? Yes. And essentially they are projects that I think that one of them has been a very small amount of work done, but they're essentially all projects that remain to be delivered upon the monies being collected from relevant sites which need that mitigation. And then also the mitigation will essentially, the monies will be spent upon implementation of the schemes. And there's a methodology to that strategy, so which Mr. Davison can answer any questions on, but is set out in the strategy. It's essentially one of calculating what I think we can say is a fairly crude and conservative assessment of the number of people who will go from new development within the zone of influence to the Epping Forest SAC. I say fairly crude and conservative because it's based on a SAC level averaging of how many people go to visit the SAC from nearby areas, so it doesn't take account of kind of Enfield being further away or less connected with it. And then that's then applied to the uplift into the additional homes essentially being delivered to generate a uplift visitor number. How many visits per day will go from the new development. And then the SANG projects on the mitigation side are there's been an agreed estimate as to how many visitors those will draw away. So it's a mitigation by drawing recreational visits away from the SAC. And then those have been costed, and the costs result in a contribution per dwelling as sought to be secured under the RMS. The RMS is dated December 2023. That's when it was, that version was published, and that's the version that has been consulted on with Natural England. As you'll have seen from the Statement of Common Ground with Natural England from January 25, Natural England have they've agreed the methodology within that, they've agreed the strategy, but I think we've referred already, there's going to be a need to get a further sign-off from Natural England at the point when we know what our main modifications are, because Natural England will need to be sure that any changes to what housing is anticipated to come forward under the plan can be married up to the mitigation strategy. Because it's not just quantitative, there's also a geographic element within the mitigation apportionment. Now, we've given you an indicative updated trajectory, sir, and following that process, we've started at an early stage, and it's obviously tricky because we haven't had you haven't had your report, you haven't had your views on what main modifications may or may not be necessary. But while there are lots of complexities to that, site capacities go up and down. Some are in different places. Other sites like Colosseum are perhaps floating in terms of where exactly they're going to land. We have kind of worked through the high level numbers in terms of how they're treated in the mitigation strategy, and we're confident that it's likely that the number of dwellings that are going to be proposed under the plan, subject to modification and approval, and obviously all the normal caveats, will be within the envelope of the mitigation identified within the recreational mitigation strategy. Only further thing I'd say on that is, of course, I think as Better Homes England picked up in one of their representations, obviously there is a review mechanism which is actually called the implementation strategy within the mitigation strategy itself. That will be, I think, every 3 years. And that has a couple of functions. key one is to enable Natural England and any other relevant bodies to see how implementation of the proposed SANG projects is happening on the ground, so to check that they're coming forwards at the right rate to mitigate the impacts that are arising, and also to allow, so far as might become necessary over the life of the plan, any changes to those projects, or even identification of additional projects if necessary. The variables, potential variables being, amongst other things, how well those SAM projects function in terms of their ability to attract additional visitors into the green infrastructure that they relate to. So for all those reasons, we say, both in relation to your question, we say that the mitigation strategy is sufficiently well developed. And that Natural England sign-off is obviously a key part of that. And we say it will be effective in ensuring that any likely significant effects are properly addressed and mitigated. Of course, the fallback being, if they can't be, then consents won't come forwards, but we don't anticipate that being an issue.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So there's a couple of points there, in no particular order of importance, but as they've occurred to me. Should the SANGs, insofar as they exist now, should they be allocated on the policies map? So, I mean, is there a need for them, or should they be identified? Because there's nothing in the plan, is there, that identifies them, or do they need to be? Should they be?
So I think I'll look down the room, but I think the answer would be they're not. SANG is the term that's been used in the mitigation strategy, and it's the term that Natural England are happy to use, but it's Natural England have a general national approach to creating suitable alternative natural green space, which has its own policy suite, and it was particularly developed in the Thames Basin Heath context and all the rest of it. What we're talking about here, given the urban environment, is largely not a SANG in that sense. They don't meet those size criteria. What we have is a bespoke Enfield-specific approach that's been developed, and a lot of these measures involve things that are going to be done within existing green infrastructure, or the extension of existing green infrastructure, to improve their attractiveness. So I think there would be difficulties in showing them specifically on a policies map because, firstly, they will overlay with existing green infrastructure largely, and also I suppose that might cause unforeseen issues in terms of the ability of the mitigation strategy itself to evolve depending on changing circumstances.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's anything to add on that.
Okay, thank you. And then you've already confirmed Natural England are content with the approach. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself here. So, yeah, okay. This might not be relevant, bearing in mind what you've just said about the nature of the SANGs in Enfield, but whether any within specific, sitting within specific allocations. That was my question, whether anything that's been identified is within an allocation or a placemaking area. But it may not be the case if
Kenning Hall, I think, is very close to Meridian Water. I'm not sure that it's in the placemaking area.
I think also the Pimsbrook Trail project is specifically linked to Joyce and Snell's development. So it links onto it and connects it to the Pimsbrook, the Pimsbrook obviously is the Pimsbrook Trail, but it's also part of that wider green loop that's mentioned elsewhere in the plan that refers to linking all the way around Enfield and linking the east and west of the borough and linking over to Enfield Chase and the Lee Valley.
So if I may, I think the recreation mitigation strategy itself has a map which shows the catchments for each of the projects, which showing sort of which sites should be contributing towards it. So it's based on a 1.2 kilometre catchment around each of the sites.
Yes, I mean, just looking at the Meridian Water placemaking plan, I think the Kenning Hall open space does fall within the placemaking area.
Okay, it might be, so I might need to go and thank you for the reference to the mitigation strategy. It's whether or not the placemaking policies themselves and the allocations where relevant need to perhaps reflect this. I mean, there's a general requirement to make contributions, but if there are, I suppose, not prejudicing the delivery of these necessary improvements, I guess, if they are within allocations or placemaking areas. Perhaps for me.
I mean, so I think clearly it would be important to ensure that those allocations don't prejudice the delivery of the recreation mitigation strategy. Given the nature of the sorts of developments that I don't think the allocations are proposing removal of these open spaces or links, but it might be that we could add something to BG3 as rather than trying to amend every allocation. It might be that BG3 could have something about any development which should not prejudice the delivery of the projects proposed under the RMS. Yeah. It might be a more elegant way of doing it, but I mean, certainly, so we don't. It's a fair point, and obviously we would assume that the RMS would be a material consideration that would prevent that from happening, but it may be we need to flag it. Yeah,
maybe again one for me to think about in the grand scheme of things. The other point about the location of SANGs is whether they are the potential ones, notwithstanding the scope for review and change, but whether the potential ones that have been identified are in areas that are likely to make a difference. For example, there was some discussion the other day when we were talking about Enfield Chase recovery area or the area of special character or the various things that, in relation to policy, it was PL9, I imagine, which doesn't specifically mention SANGs, but I think Enfield Chase recovery has been identified as a potential area where SANGs could be created. So the point that was being made is that is well removed, if you like, from the Epping Forest SAC and from the zone of influence. So would it actually be effective in mitigating the potential harm?
So I mean, I think Ms. Pilaris she referred you to figure 6.1, I think it is, of the recreational mitigation strategy, which identifies the SANG projects and their catchments. Enfield Chase landscape recovery area is not in itself a SANG project proposed under the mitigation strategy. It's digital page 69, so if you're looking at page 62. Yes, sorry, so it's INF1, if that helps.
Sorry, should I have the same? So which page number?
Digital page 69.
Okay.
So you'll see there where the proposed SANGs are. The only one that relates to Enfield Chase is the green link, the Enfield Chase green link, which you'll see there, sir, on the sort of in the middle of the plan area, and that is the mitigation that's been identified for essentially the small sites within the plan. And the logic of that, sir, is that it's encouraging movement from the heavily the places where people live, the densely populated areas of the borough, into the Enfield Chase landscape recovery area. So it's not that there is going to be a specific SANG in Enfield Chase. It's that the overall strategy, again, being bespoke and carefully worked out, is encouraging people to move, to go for their recreational visits into the Enfield Chase area via that link.
Okay, thank you. Understood. And seeming that all the rest of the areas are identified within the zone of influence. So. Okay, the corollary of that question, of course, is one is location, one is scale. You've told me that Natural England and of content, and the numbers are changing. As you say, the numbers might change, or the location might change. But is the scale of provision, your content, the scale of provision, at least that's in the strategy, is sufficient to deliver the mitigation required?
So yes, that's we're content with that. It's something we need to review in detail alongside the updated trajectory. And we're also just checking what's been happening in relation to the table 4.1 sites and making sure that those, because again that includes the Colosseum and sites. So there are things to bottom out in detail that say yes, at a headline level we're confident that there's enough headroom if it goes up, but certainly that the figures don't suggest it's going to be changing significantly one way or the other.
Okay. Oh yeah, just on that, yeah, because I think just going back to that first point you made about the consented scheme. So anything that's consented is, in and of itself, is not designed to mitigate the growth that's planned from now on, as it were.
Indeed, sir. And in fact, that's one point I think we need to raise, that the policy should make clear that the sites that have been identified in table 4.1 shouldn't, without further evidence, be able to use the mitigation identified by the recreational mitigation strategy. And whether that needs to be expressly in the policy or could be just within the explanatory text, I think we're we're open to. But there needs to be something there just to make clear that because those sites have been identified as consuming their own smoke, they need to continue to do so, unless that can be justified. And in practice, of course, so that's something Natural England will insist on anyway.
Okay. The other thing about delivery is whether or not, because none of these are in place, or I say there's a bit of a chicken and egg, I suppose. You need the money from the development to maybe implement them. But do you envisage the need to deliver SANGs to be a potential impediment to delivery? We haven't really discussed that when we've looked at delivery before now.
No, sir. The agreed strategy is that we will be collecting monies which they can then be spent on implementation. That's fairly normal. I mean, in situations where, and reflects essentially what happens with SAM as well, so that the mitigation measures, those are only spent on implementation. There are certain circumstances where Natural England will say, you have to have your SANG, if you're a big development, you're a sensitive location, you have to have your SANG up and running before anyone can be given a key to the front door. That's not the approach that Natural England have insisted upon here. And part of that, sir, is that it's a more involved mitigation strategy. It's not just this SANG is mitigating in its entirety that unit. There's a strategy which has its flexibilities and it will ensure mitigation as overall. I don't know if there's anything Mr. Davis wants to add on that, but
okay. Okay, thank you. Just, I suppose, a more general approach to effectiveness of the policy, although we'll come on to the wording, is that as a matter of principle, we've obviously got, you've required to produce an HRA, which you've done, an appropriate assessment. As a matter of principle, will any application that falls in the zone of influence also be required to carry out its own appropriate assessment or assessment within line with the HRA regs? So it wouldn't necessarily be a case of, because you've done the plan-wide document, that means that anything that comes forward doesn't have to do its own assessment or assess the potential mitigation. Is that fair?
No, sir. I mean, that's both true as a matter of the application of Regulation 63 of the Habitats Regulations. It's often called multi-layered consenting. What's the purpose of BG3 is to offer a policy hook for the technical assessment that has been reached through work between the Council and LEPAs and Natural England, to provide development with a reliable way to justify and to present a mitigation option which they know has sign-off. Now, that is always without prejudice to the possibility that something might change, that Natural England or the council would be obviously the primary decision maker, or the planning inspectorate will decide that there is something else that means that there is going to be harm to the SAC or to another one. So yes, all development, because the strategic position is identified that there is an in combination likely significant effect, all development will need to have some form of HRA.
In a project level HRA, when you know
Project level HRA.
exactly what's being proposed.
Yeah. And that won't be passed unless it meets, well, our consideration, but obviously Natural England's in the background.
And I think you've already answered this. I was going to say, would there be scope, or does the mitigation measures, do the mitigation measures have to be established in full now in order for you to have a sound plan, i.e., or if I'm content, there's a reasonable likelihood that what the recreation mitigation strategy as it stands is sufficient. That's one question. But is the scope, would the plan prohibit, I suppose, the scope of the council to, or Natural England, in partnership with Natural England, to review those mitigation measures as in the lifetime of the plan and come up with something new? I mean, I think you've probably answered that question. Is that's what's intended anyway, probably through the 3-year reviews of the implementation. So you've probably answered that. So yes. So I probably don't need any more on that unless you want to say any more on that. That's probably answer the question. And then just there's one comment about it's about criterion 5, but it is more an issue about principle. And it does say, just in relation to what I've just said actually, about criterion 5 does say that the plan would be reviewed if the council is not able to demonstrate sufficient capacity for mitigation. So again, that provides a mechanism for continuous review of the effectiveness of the policy moving forward, doesn't it? But also goes back to my comment yesterday about needing some way of monitoring that to make sure it's happening. So it's probably more of a point, but at least it provides some degree of comfort. And I think also my last question was going to be, in principle, what is the difference between a recreation strategy and the implementation strategy? But you've answered that as well. I think I understand that now. It's clearer. So, okay, thank you for that. Any comments about matters of principle before we look at the wording? Mr. Byrne?
Thank you, sir. I think this is a matter of principle. You'll have seen we put in representation and hearing statement in regard to this policy. Largely, in summary, it's about the sense that the scale of the interventions don't reflect the scale of the development envisaged, particularly around Meridian Water, not just Meridian Water itself, but around the Meridian Water area and the whole of the southeast of the borough, and that it tended not to reflect, in our view, the kind of potential dislodgement of people away from existing recreational spaces, most notably, for example, the canal towpath that is used. And when you put lots more people there, some people are already, because it is already being used more, are already moving their jogging and cycling to Epping Forest. And if you're going to put a lot more homes there, then it didn't seem to be any recognition of that, if you like, dislodgement of people in that sense. We found that, I think this is the place to bring this up, sir, that some of the interventions seemed incredibly minor and small to us, and we couldn't, and although lots of them were welcome, and I don't want to be overly critical because I think there's some really good, we think there's really good stuff in there, and I hope that came across. We also think that there's a lot of very minor kind of just general park upkeep, you know, updating a bench and changing a dog bin. You know, we just didn't feel reflected the sheer scale of what is envisaged in that area. There is also judgment and presumption of the positive, which we didn't agree with. So, for example, in regards to the changes proposed for Kenning Hall, of course, we support the improved transport underneath the roadway there. That's much needed. But there are other suggested improvements, which we would argue are not necessarily improvements, given the nature of that site. So removing the trees and the hedgerows around the edge, that kind of thing, just exposes it. We can understand the security aspect, but it exposes the site to the roadway, which is why they're there in the first place, to give that kind of sense of greenery in a very, very urbanised area. There was also the issue we brought up of losses of green space, which has sort of changed throughout the plan, of course. I mean, Kenning Hall at one point, simultaneously to this, but not within this plan, was being proposed as a potential traveller site. That now seems to have gone. And then there was the loss of green space, for example, at 36, which is was the proposed crematorium site, which has now been, I think, gone. So that issue probably, I mean, depending on the outcome, I mean, I don't know if it's allowed to go. I mean, this is up to you, sir, of course. You know, this is why I'm still bringing it up, because that wasn't accounted for as far as we could work. It's quite a big loss in terms of green space, and it wasn't in any way, the losses of green space are not considered within the whole numerical accountancy of the SANG strategy. I think I think hopefully our points are clear from our statement and our representation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes. I suppose, yes, if 36 comes out of the plan, then that's a good thing from that respect, I suppose, at least. Okay, thank you. Just trying to think, is there anything I need to ask you in relation to those points? No, not at the moment, I think. So, yeah, Council, if you want to come back on those. Particularly, I think, yeah, I mean, the points are, I think I tried to pick it up in my question about scale of delivery, whether that being sufficient, but I suppose the other point to that has to be made that it's not just about necessarily the scale, it's the nature. Some of these interventions seemingly are quite minor in nature. This is all in the context, of course, that I'm conscious that Natural England have seemingly not raised any objections to this, but yeah, some of these are not just about quantitative, I suppose, qualitative issues, and if it's relatively minor management issues, is it likely to have any particular effect? So, if there's anything you want to come back on that.
So I'll ask Mr. Davison to comment on these. He's from LEPUS, and they drafted the strategy. But I mean, the key point from the council's perspective is the point you alluded to there. So this has been worked up with Natural England. They've visited every site. They've looked at the list of interventions, and they've looked at, through that strategy, the projected effect of those interventions. And of course, again, that's why part of the implementation strategy involves checking how much. Natural England have a lot of experience of this kind of work. They obviously look at these kind of strategies across the country, as do LEPUS. But there are always points could be made about, well, is it really going to take that number or this number? And that's why the strategy has within it review and monitoring. But I'll ask Mr. Davison if he's got any more specific answers he wants to add.
Great. Good afternoon, Inspector. Thank you very much, Mr. Byrne, for those matters you raised. I'll touch on, there were a few raised, Inspector, so I'll just return very quickly to emphasising, what policy BG3 does. It provides a clear and proportionate mechanism for addressing potential recreational impacts on Epping Forest SAC. So it doesn't concern itself necessarily with the towpath or hedgerows or anything like that. To talk specifically, though, about the way we've approached this project on behalf of the Council, having been engaged in 2023, the most striking point that I wish to make to you, sir, and also to you, Mr. Byrne, is that when you look at the figures for the proportion of people who actually visit the SAC from this borough, it is less than 2% of all visits that have been recorded there during the visitor survey baseline that was prepared firstly in 2017 by Footprint Ecology and then updated again in 2019. So we have forever on this project been looking at a very a small number to actually mitigate, yet as was mentioned by my colleague, we've often over-engineered calculations so that we are engaging with the precautionary principle. And I would say that whilst Mr. Byrne suggests that some of the improvements at some of the green spaces that have been identified to cope with uplift seem small and perhaps won't make a significant difference, you cited dog bins and small-scale things like benches. I don't disagree with that point. It's a good point. But what the mitigation strategy does do is offer uplift or it makes recommendations for enhancements at 6 locations, and it does a lot more than just do dog bins or benches, and they're carefully mapped out, they're presented in chapter, mostly in chapter 5 of the implementation of the mitigation strategy. And there's also costing for each of those green spaces. And the costing is not insignificant, which would hopefully help bring some comfort to the idea that the improvements or enhancements at each place are quite significant. They're more than dog bins or as Mr. Byrne suggested, they might be sort of insignificant. My main point is that our approach directly mitigates potential mitigation, to do with recreation at the SAC. It improves local green infrastructure by choosing to put these enhancement areas in the zone of influence and near to where people live, which is a kind of win-win. It doesn't have to do that for the purpose of the SAC mitigation, but it was something that was within our gift. And with the Council and with Natural England, we chose to do that. The approach demonstrates a strategic alignment with the Epping Forest mitigation framework, which is already adopted in that particular district as well. So that's what I wanted to say at this point, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I haven't picked up on, actually, just an additional to that, is 2 points, actually. One is I haven't mentioned SAM in this. I've concentrated very much on the SANGs, but I suppose I should also say there's another side to this mitigation, isn't there? And perhaps I don't know if there's anything more you want to say about that that side of it as well, in terms of overall effectiveness of, I guess, BG3.
I would say, so it's a very good point to bring out the SAM. There's nothing I wish to say explicitly about it other than from a professional point of view, I think the SAM is absolutely critical. And the funding that goes towards the SAM is the bit that really helps protect and manage the site at the site. The benefit of having the SANG contributions is yes, to offset visits, but I think the sort of elephant in the room here that hasn't really been fully fleshed out is the Epping Chase, which is an emerging strategic green space in the borough, which will provide that deep countryside recreational experience. But it's just come slightly out of sync with this particular work and the HRA work. But when we talk about returning to this in the future, and keeping abreast of all the changes that go on during a planned period, that's certainly something that is no doubt going to play an important role in the future of green space management in the borough and where people actually choose to go. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one thing I do want to clarify before, because it's a point that's been made. I think it was raised when we talked about the HRA right back at the start, but we've there's been so much discussion, and we've been through the allocation of everything. A point that has been made, and it's in Mr. Byrne's statement as well, and it might be for the council. Can we just, for once and for all, bottom out this Meridian Water housing number issue, and whether or not the HRA actually assessed it in line with what's in the plan. We have probably covered this before, although it was in January, I imagine. so I'll have a note of it. But while we're back here, and it's come up, and the whole thing about Meridian Water and the numbers has come up when we talked about Meridian Water sites. It came up again, I think, when we were talking about the employment. It came up again recently, I think, housing trajectory session, so it's a sort of constant theme. So I just wanted to double check. Is there anything you want to say on this? Just to bottom that out once and for all.
So just say in relation to this issue, there are specific figures in relation to Meridian Water within the recreational mitigation strategies. So LEPAS's work is not necessarily exactly the same as what's in the HRA. There are the allocations are picked up within table 6.1 of the mitigation strategy, and or table 4.1, which is the consented sites. Now, there've been a number of movements on different sites, so that's one of the things that will need to be up to. I think, sir, I think so. You'll find there CFS 139, UPC 1, UPC 2, and UPC 6A are the, and then phases 1 and 2 are covered in table 4.1.
Okay.
Now that table there doesn't give you it doesn't tell you the number of units anticipated because it's been worked through it, but it's, let's say that comes from slightly different information.
Sorry, table 4.1.
Table 4.1 will give you page 28.
Right, okay, yeah.
That'll give you sort of 3 extant permissions at the time of this. Now, of course, the precise numbers, that's what we're going to have to confirm when we review the mitigation strategy alongside the main modifications.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I suppose to maybe ask your colleague is, I could ask you, is how sensitive this sort of strategy is to differences in numbers. So if the allocation, let's say, picking some figures out of thin air, if you tested something at 6,000 dwellings, but it was 7,000 dwellings, does that make a significant difference to the overall strategy you'd be looking at, for example? Just for the sake of it, picking numbers out of thin air, really.
Sure, yeah.
How sensitive is this?
That's a good question, sir. So the original approach to identifying uplift, which was following that formula where you would take a given allocation. Mr. Dale Harris mentioned CFS 139, that's a HELA reference. I think when we looked at the data in 2023, 2 years ago, there were 815 dwellings proposed on that at that site. To get the uplift number, we would multiply that by 2.75 for occupancy, so we got number of individuals, and then you timesed it by the factorisation that would give you the frequency of visits arriving from that particular location. That's how we got to the headroom number, for want of a better word, of needing to find, headroom's the wrong word, we worked out from those calculations that we needed to find 355 extra visits per day, as it were, so we needed to provide enough green space that could do that. Having done that, sir, in the strategy, we identified more than that. So we've identified a headroom number at the moment from the 6 green spaces that are identified in Chapter 5 of the report, and that headroom number is, if you just let me look it up, I believe 407 No, 405. 405 uplift units, for want of a better word. And when we last week, we've looked at some sort of preliminary numbers from the council, which are, of course, sort of confidential and not to be run with, without your consent or blessing, would imply that we're still within that headroom on the figures that we ran last week. But, we can provide you, once we know numbers more firmly, we can confirm that in a short note, if you'd like, sir. And the formula is the same, and that's what we first came to a total of 407. And as I say, uplift at the moment, we can cope with that.
Okay. Thank you. I think what the process, obviously, subject to what my findings are, the HRA will have to be, I know it's separate to the mitigation strategy, the HRA will have to be updated. I guess the outcome of that will probably still be there's likely significant effects, but then the logic would be that the HRA would have to conclude that there is sufficient mitigation in place. So somewhere along the line there'll be a logical flow, and when the HRA is consulted on alongside the main mods, then and the SA, because I'm sure the SA will pick up on that as well. So.
Yes, and in relation to the mitigation strategy, the specific agreement with Natural England that we need to rerun the numbers. And that's unavoidable. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. What time is it?
Thank you, sir. It's just a very quick point. I did double check the HRA today, and the numbers are very different from what's agreed at Meridian Water. In terms of the conversation we've just had, I completely understand the process and understand how the visitor numbers work. What I can't quite understand is what the actual number of homes tested was for Meridian Water, because Mr. Del Harris directed us to table 4.1. That's very different to the number of homes planned at Meridian Water. So I sort of was a bit more confused by the end of that than at the start, because it seems, I wasn't sure of the starting position. What is the actual number of homes that started the calculation?
I mean, maybe that I can just in some respects, it's just so I can be absolutely certain when I'm coming to my conclusions about things, that if the council could just give me, as one of its actions for this, just a note, just to confirm what the numbers were for Meridian Water in both documents, accepting there might be some differences because things moving, it's a constantly moving feast in a way, accept that, and then comparing that at least to what's allocated, and then at least I can work out for myself whether that is something I need to be concerned about or not. But it would be helpful to have that just bottomed out, really, I think.
Very happy to do that, sir. Yeah, there will inevitably be some divergence from the numbers that are now being discussed, but so that's, we're very happy to give you chapter and verse on that.
I think there is an action there. I mean, it's just very simple. Just I don't need any commentary on it or anything like that. Just a table with 3 numbers in it. What was in that? What was in the RMS? What was in the HRA? What's in the plan? That's all I need. Okay, thank you. I'm going to try and we'll get the rest of the policy itself dealt with before lunch. So actually on the policy, I did query again whether I think criteria 1 and 2 are needed. We've had that discussion. I think they are just repeating. I think what's in, in theory, what's in national policy, but as I say, it says here, new development which will have an adverse impact on the SAC will not be permitted unless it can be demonstrated. Well, then, but it's saying the same as BG2, but in a different way, and it all gets a bit murky, doesn't it? Because the policy is the same. So I think, again, if that needs to cross-reference back to BG2, which in fact cross-references back to national policy, well, so be it. But at least there's a logical sort of flow. That would be my point on there. I don't know if you've got anything you want to say about that. No, okay. Criterion 3. Okay, Yes, I think you've suggested something about other eligible development, because I think I queried about what should I think you said it should just change, say all eligible development will be, which I think is okay, fair enough. I think on criterion 3.2, I just wanted to check, I think my point, I just want to be clear, is it all development will be required to contribute or just residential and eligible development? So I assumed it would be all, still that would, rather than saying all developments, it would just be all eligible development again, or just flowing through?
Yes, so it will flow from what we say
flow,
up
so you
top.
can, there'll be tweak.
Exactly.
There, tweak. Sorry. And then I think for criteria 1 and 3, criterion 3, 1 and 2, I just want to know, is it only where a likely significant effect has been identified? This might be one of those odd moot points in a way, because clearly you can't ask for a contribution if no likely significant effects been identified. But if the logic is, there seems to be often the case when it's even one dwelling would result in within the zone of influence would result in a contribution to a SAM at least, then it's probably a moot point in many ways.
Yes, a likely significant effect has been identified
Exactly.
in relation to any single additional unit in combination with all other plans and projects affecting the Epping Forest. So it's the in combination that means that even one flat here will have an effect.
Fair enough. And then I think just one other point I had about criterion criterion 3.2, is the reference to unilateral undertakings. I think my point really was about whether or not a reference to a UU was consistent with the supporting text, which also refers to 106 and SIL. So maybe all you need to say actually is that there'll be a financial contribution, I guess.
It may be simpler. So I'm sure that the Epping Forest city conservators, who I think run the scheme, have a way that they want to receive these. But so cutting out additional language is probably the simplest way, because it'll just revert to whatever they say they want.
Yeah, criterion 4, there's 2 points on this, one of which I asked, which I asked about. The substantive one is whether or not you can ask for contributions for these measures outside of the zone of influence. And you've identified in your statement that it would depend on the results of the HRA. Yes, clearly, if there's an HRA that says there's likely, you're likely significant effect, then yes, you'll be required to contribute or get permission refused if it can't be mitigated. But I guess my query was, if you're outside the zone of influence, would you even be required to do an HRA? Because isn't the trigger for doing an HRA whether you're in the zone of influence or not? Question.
Yes, I think there is a. Yes, I mean, I think firstly, whether or not you need to do an HRA depends on whether or not you hit, what would it would be, you'd have to consult with Natural England if you're within a certain size, and you have to do an HRA if there's a likely significant effect identified. So really this sort of presupposes that there will be situations identified that currently go beyond the likely significant effects currently identified. Is that fair? So I think there is probably, it's not necessarily an unsound provision because it is all conditional. It's may, but if it should go anywhere, it probably should go into BG2 because it's not actually reflecting the current advice from Natural England as to what the likely significant effect that needs to be mitigated actually is.
Yeah, sorry.
So I would agree with Mr. Dale Harris totally, and just emphasise that Natural England still have the power to call in anything whenever they want. They still get consulted on applications. The ZOI allows them to rubber stamp those applications that, you know, they're happy with. They're always nervous about relying too heavily on the 75% zone, which determines the ZOI in the first place. And they nearly always have a sort of precautionary note in most mitigation strategies that says sites outside of the zone, large sites in particular, will normally be expected to undertake their own HRA.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll ponder the wording. I think yeah. I think okay. Nothing else on that. Criterion 5. I think you've suggested deleting this, but it does set out what. I think you've set it out because it's what the council's going to do. But as we've said, in other strategic policies, there are other strategic policies where you said the council will. So maybe it's not. I don't know. Is it actually necessary to? I would say, is it necessary to delete it? I'm sorry, I was trying. Yeah, unusual for me. I'm not necessarily advocating for removing superfluous wording, but I'd say this is not. It might be just the flow of the policy again, because you could have it in two sections where the start of this is the council will. So criterion 5 is the council will do this, which is review the plan if need be, and then the remainder of the policy is the council will require development to do this. So I guess, sorry, criterion 5 might strike me as a bit odd where it sits, but I don't necessarily mean absolutely necessary to delete. But
yes, so I think it probably is in its natural place, actually, in the way that this policy is set out, because what the policy does is it sets out what the agreed strategic mitigation approach is going to be, 3 and 4, and then 5 says, essentially, what we'll do if there's a problem with it, and also that Natural England reserves the right to object where it's not being implemented, and the need for an implementation. So I think it sits fairly naturally in terms of the flow of the policy, given its perhaps slightly unusual nature.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, my main question really, I suppose, in essence, was you've suggested deleting it. I was actually, are you sure? And it sounds like no.
Apologies, so I hadn't appreciated you were deleting it.
So if I may add, I think we probably said that because
I keep telling you to delete things.
Of processes. No, just that the fact that when it's a process, it's not necessarily necessary in policy, but it's helpful information, and if it stays, potentially it could just be reduced and some of the background information added to supporting text. But
I think so. I mean, yes, I think actually, I think it we can have a debate about this, but I don't think it's harmful to have a policy where the council might review something as a result of, it's not necessarily a bad thing for that to be policy. It is the council's policy, we will review this, rather than being, it's a bit different, it's not a decision, but this is, my thing is, this is, and I can never say it's strategic policy, so it's different again, so I don't think it's particularly problematic. Is it necessary to be sound to delete this? My answer question is probably no. It's one of those things where it's probably harmless, so I wouldn't necessarily be suggesting delete it. So I think it can stay for me.
okay, thank you, sir. That's really helpful. Thanks.
Criterion 6. I think you've said again suggested deleting a reference to alongside SAM contributions, which I think. I think that's right, isn't it?
I think that's logically correct,
Yes.
although in practice, I think it's quite hard to envisage how a bespoke solution would avoid using SAM as part of the mitigation package.
Yes, sorry. The point. My point being, I think that
if it's already done the job of mitigating,
if it's bespoke, then yes. Why would you? Yeah, bespoke would be something different to what you're already expecting, and if what you're expecting does the job, then you don't need it. But fair point. SAM, I know, is a bit different. So
I think it would be an ambitious developer who sought to persuade Natural England that they didn't need to contribute to SAM.
yeah. Well, that is covered by Criterion 3 anyway, to a certain extent. But yes, it may well be. It's fine. I mean, yes, okay. No more comment on that, I don't think. I just got, there's Criterion 7 on air quality, and I think you clarified, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, didn't we, that the HRA concludes there are no issues relating to air quality, so that reference can be deleted. So again, okay, no more comment on that. I guess that's that. There are some additional modifications that were put forward. The council have concluded that references to specific fees aren't appropriate in the policy, and I'd agree with that. I'd also suggest that other references in the sporting text to specific fees are also deleted, because I don't again, as we talked about previously, the policy is the policy. Oh, sorry, did you want to say your board? I apologise. Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I've gone. Yeah, so I think there's no need to put numbers in. I don't think it doesn't. It will always be out of date before you know it, so it can't really be particularly helpful. And then I think in figure 6.4, you've suggested adding Trent Park locally important geological sites to the map. Okay, fine. I think again, my point, I suppose, on this figure anyway, is you've sort of opened the door to it, is how does figure 6.4 relate to the policy? Again, there's no real reference to it. I can understand why you've identified the zone of influence. That makes sense. I suppose some of the other points is why is all the rest of it on there? Because it's not related to mitigation, is it?
So I agree, and actually all the important aspects of it appear on the policies map. In any case, the hierarchy of sink sites, the geodiversity site could be included. It's not currently, but we could include it. So I agree, it probably confuses the fact with the policies map, so it could be deleted.
I think, well, yeah, it's not. It's only influence on the policy map, isn't it?
It is,
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I think so. It is. So,
yes.
So yeah, I'm not sure 6.4 is doing anything other than, well, as I say, an inset map showing the zone of influence is one thing, although I guess how useful it is at that scale anyway, particularly people on the border. But the rest of the information seems irrelevant because it's not about sites of importance for nature conservation have no bearing on this policy. So I think, yeah, I mean, again, is it a soundness issue? Well, maybe it's confusing. So
it is potentially confusing, so because it relates to the wrong class of
exactly.
nature conservation sites.
Yeah. So I think delete that then. I would say there's no particular merit in keeping it. And that's me. Any comments on the policy itself, or any points I've raised?
Just one. So just to say, our only point was about figure 6.4 and why, and that we were confused by it. So just providing user evidence, if you like, that we spent quite a long time looking at it, trying to work out not what the zone of influence had to do with the policy, but what the rest of it had to do with the policy. And then we realised it didn't have anything to do with the policy. So yeah, I think deleted.
Consensus, good. If nothing else,
apologies.
We've got consensus on that. I suspect, like many things, it looked like a good idea at the time. So, okay, that can, yeah. Right. It is 1 o'clock. What I'm going to do, I'm going to deal we will break now for lunch, because I think I'm going to deal with, we've done 4, 5, 6 and 7 I'm going to deal with in one go, because council suggested deleting it, and I think comments are generally about BG7, but I think we can sort of cover it all in one go, and I don't, I'm not, shall I say now, not completely opposed to the idea of consolidating these 3 policies, perhaps, so that would, in principle, and then we've got about 3 or 4 other policies to go after that, I think, some of which I don't think are hopefully not too controversial. So we will break till 2, if that's okay. So we'll adjourn till 2 o'clock, and yes, we'll carry on there. Thank you. Start. Is there anything the council wants to raise before we go on? Good. Right, so we've done BG3, we got to BG, we've done BG4 already, so and as I said before lunch, we'll deal with BG5 to 7 together. I think together those 3 policies deal with issues relating to green belt and so on. And as I said, the council have suggested on in response to my questions, which were only questions, as I keep saying, not directions. These policies should be deleted and a new policy created which seeks to deal with any aspects which aren't already covered by other policies, presumably. Suggested policy has been put forward. help if I'd got the thing open. And sorry, let's get to the point. And this would set out, the new policy that's been forwarded set out how development in the Greenbelt and metropolitan open land would be assessed, and then criteria relating to compensatory features, and this would probably presumably have some knock-on for other policies. I think particularly PL9, but also one assumes any allocation policies related to sites proposed to be removed from the Greenbelt. So I think there would be some potential consequential changes if I was to accept this change. I will straight away say, as I think I hinted at before lunch, that I don't think there's a need for 3 policies in this thing and this as they're set out. Clearly, you also have PL9 and rural Enfield, which also cover very similar issues. And I think we talked about the potential for RE1 to RE4 being deleted. I think I've got to feed back on that in the fullness of time. It's not a definite action, but also issues related to PL9. So you've got a lot of policies covering very similar ground, and I think it probably is somewhat confusing and not only confusing, but the way that the policies describe development in the Greenbelt, for example, is just wrong in many cases. So it does need to be addressed. So I think we are in some familiar territory with regard to ascertaining and confirming what elements are unsound and need to be removed or amended, and again ensuring that if changes are made, particularly of the scale being talked about by deleting these policies, that nothing of importance or necessity would be lost in the fallout of that. So as I said, I'm going to deal with BG 5 to 7 individually. I'm going to broadly look at BG 5 to 7 individually, just in terms of not necessarily go through each criterion in detail, but just look at the sort of broad things that their policies are covering to see if there's any, aspects that need to be addressed, ensured that they're kept in the policy, in the plan somewhere, or if there are changes to be made that, if there are issues, say, with how Greenbelt development is being described, that those errors aren't, carried forward to any new policy. So in terms of BG5, it does seem like this is an overarching attempt to say something about development in the Greenbelt, and it's classed as a strategic policy, even though it's really about development management. I'm not really sure that matters too much, but it's not really a strategic policy, it's a development management policy in effect, because its only purpose is to say how applications are going to be dealt with in the Greenbelt. It doesn't matter too much. From my perspectives, as is often the case, there's been an attempt to distill national policy, and I've talked about this, most councils try to do this, distill national policy down to 2 paragraphs, and it doesn't really work. Then BG6 sort of compounds that by not only trying to cover the same things again, about how to deal with development in the Greenbelt, but and not really quite getting it right, and also conflating Greenbelt policy with other aspects of development, such as landscape and heritage, which I think muddies the waters, and so on. So I do have no problem, I think, with these being deleted in principle, provided there's obviously sensible replacement. So just on that, are there any comments on the principle of, I think, at least BG5 and BG6 somehow being subsumed into one sensible policy, talking about how development in the Greenbelt will be assessed? Okay. Good. And then just in terms of, because BG5 doesn't really say anything that can't just be said, development in the Greenbelt, MOL, and I believe local green space, we'll come on to that, will be dealt with in relation with national policy. We'll come on to that wording of your new policy in a moment. There are 1 or 2 things to pick up in BG6 to make sure, again, this idea of if there is anything going to get lost in the change, as it were. Certainly, criteria 1 and 2 of BG6 are just rehashing what's in BG5. I've no issue there with those being deleted and subsumed in the new policy, which refers to national policy. Criteria 3 and 4 seem to be somewhat different. And the reason I queried those was because they seem to be setting criteria for agricultural worker dwellings, which would work, which seems to be setting out sort of an idea that this is sort of an alternative to Green Belt policy in terms of agricultural working, or an exception to Green Belt policy, which isn't quite, again, a proper understanding of how Green Belt policy works. But I think actually looking at it all in the round, criterion 3 seems to be more about what is set out in paragraph 84 of the framework, about, you know, which is about rural, well, isolated dwellings in the countryside, and the exceptions for isolated dwellings in the countryside. So, if you were to delete criterion 6, delete BG6, then that might disappear into the ether. I don't think it's covered necessarily by your revised policy. So one question would be whether or not the plan needs some reference anywhere to agricultural workers. But it isn't agree. This is where it gets complicated in Enfield, clearly, because all of your areas where there might be isolated dwellings in the countryside are also Greenbelt. So there's obviously this interconnection between them. But how it should work, of course, is those two policies sit alongside each other. So it's not a case of meeting the requirements of criterion 3 or paragraph 84 mean it's acceptable development in the Greenbelt. The test is it inappropriate in the Greenbelt? Yes. In order to ascertain whether very special circumstances, you would then look at paragraph 84/criterion 3 to understand whether very special circumstances exist. And it might well be, you know, meeting those requirements might help you with your answer to very special circumstances, but in and of itself, it's not an automatic approval, an automatic qualification. And I think the way that the policy is worded at the moment, it seems like that was what it was almost getting at, probably unintentionally. So if you were to delete BG6, would that leave an omission in the plan? That, again, is it an important thing? This sort of thing that comes up a lot.
Thank you, sir. I think because of the potential confusion that it could that could lead from it, we felt it necessary to just default back to national policy on the matter. And so we didn't make direct reference into our new proposed policy. We simply said that all new development will be assessed in accordance with national policy. And I think if such proposals did come forward, then that is the default position.
Okay. As I say, it's slightly complicated or slightly unique, well, probably not unique, but unusual, that all of your applications for agricultural workers would probably also be in the Greenbelt, whereas in obviously some parts of the country it won't be. There'll be two separate policies which might coincide now and again. If it coincides all the time in Enfield, then it may well be that it would default to national policy anyway, even in terms of paragraph 84. Paragraph 84, but I think there's just this, it may be something that needs to be clarified, that, meeting that test doesn't in and of itself mean that development in the Greenbelt is acceptable. I think that's the point.
Yes, I think also RE36 criteria 6 had another provision in relation to agricultural and forestry workers, essentially the essential work to test, although without all the detail we have here. I mean, I think, and I need to go back and check our notes, but if that aspect of the test had some sort of reflection in either a single PL9 or a PL9 plus the RE policies, it'd be simpler to have those standing in another part of the plan, which avoids the suggestion that they're another route to compliance with Green Belt
I think that's
policy.
the point, really. I mean, it's a sort of almost academic thing, but it's the fact that if PL9 actually is the logical place, because it's just about rural workers. It just happens that rural workers are probably also in the Greenbelt, but I think, as you say, not to ensure these two separate issues are not conflated. So it may well be, if it is useful to have it as a more broad approach than it is to be set out in PL9, I would think. So yeah, okay, it might be a sensible thing to do. It may well be, of course, you could say development relating to isolated dwellings in the countryside or agricultural forest workers will be assessed in accordance with national policy. There's potentially a lot of that, but often there's no need to say anything more, is there? Because it is what it is. So. Okay. And then and I guess criterion 4 comes into the same point, really. But it's not a green belt or metropolitan open land issue. It's an agricultural workers issue, which just happens to be in the green belt. So it's probably sounds like an element of semantics on my part, but I think it is important to differentiate. BG7. My questions on BG7 didn't really raise any questions of principle, but I think some just clarity. And there is a clear distinction between BG7, which is about complementary improvements, and I think or improvements, enhancing greenbelt and metropolitan open land. Whereas BG5 and 6 are more about controlling development within greenbelt and metropolitan open land. I think from your statement, you're suggesting moving the list to PL9 or amending or somehow combining these lists and making it a lot clearer. I think. Is that right?
Partly, sir. I think this list was more related to initiatives that already had funding behind them, and so we were suggesting actually they get deleted. It's going to be a bit of a sense check just to make sure that only the ones where we feel need to be reflected in PL9 do get reflected in PL9, but the majority which are already funded will be deleted, yes.
Okay, that, again, I would suggest that makes sense, because I think my confusion is, it was clear that these things which are being required, I mean, it might, again, yes, it just needs to be clear, doesn't it? If these are schemes which are, if they're fully committed, I mean, if they're fully committed and are indicators of the council's activity in improving the green belt, then you might be supporting text, I suppose, in part of your PL9 strategic placemaking policy to set out in text that look at all the wonderful things we're doing, which are helping to implement and support the strategy for the placemaking area, but the policy, perhaps, this is what we expect to see development contribute to. And then between them, everyone should have a fairly clear idea of what it is that's going to be achieved. We've got all these schemes that are happening or have happened, but these are the things you're going to have to contribute to, if that makes some sense. Okay. Okay. I think before I open it up, I will just, I'm not saying clearly about what a new policy would look like, but you put these policies to me. I think it may as well, while we're here, just raise some issues about that. This is if I'm asking, if I, in the fullness of time, say, I think it would be sensible to have a combined or supplementary policy. If this was what you were going to put to me, I may as well raise some issues with it now, just to bottom them out, but also without sort of prejudice. Your criterion 1, or as it stands, I would say is okay-ish. It's kind of right, but also not kind of right. Yes, you're seeking to resist inappropriate development, but there's a clear mechanism for allowing inappropriate development in the green belt, albeit you might not want to. So I don't think it's quite as simple as what you're saying. But there may be a form of words from the framework if you want to set out a strategy, if you like, which can be used. I mean, it's not again wholly inappropriate. I think it's it's the nuance of green belt policy. Criterion 2. Fine. I mean, you probably don't need to say it, but it's okay. Criterion 3 refers to, this would basically be about referring back to national policy. I would have thought it does now refer to local green spaces, which is new. I'm this plan doesn't, as far as I'm sure I asked this question way back in January, does this plan identify any local green spaces? And the answer was no. Reading up on this, it would seem these are in reference to the Hadleywood Neighbourhood Plan. Okay, so presumably there's already a development plan policy which deals with that.
So the Hadleywood Neighbourhood Plan designates sites as a local green space and has a policy which I think just refers across to national policy in relation to it. I think, so on balance, we're not minded to include that on the policies map because it's not something that is being designated by this council.
Okay, it's not being designated by this plan, so maybe not an issue for me, but I'd have a look at the regular, the neighbourhood plan. It's part of the development plan, so wouldn't it not have to be on the policies map? The policies map is the development plan. But I'll leave that for you to. Maybe it's not for me because if they're being designated through the neighbourhood plan, I'm probably not going to involve myself in it. But I would just check your.
Check our regs. Yeah. Thanks.
Yes. Okay. And I suppose if there is technically local green space, I mean, yes, it's in accordance with Greenbelt policy and it's national policy, so that's fine. I would say, again, if I was being asked for my comments on this now, you wouldn't need the last sentence of criterion 3, because that's just trying, again, that's almost that attempt to try and write, cover all of the Greenbelt national policy in one sentence, and you lose so much nuance. It's technically not wrong in appropriate development, but there's so much more to it than just that. I mean, there's exceptions and so on and so forth. So it seems, once you've said you're going to deal with it in accordance with national policy, what more do you need to say? That's enough said. Criterion 4, I think, and just be careful, I mean, again, okay-ish, but would it be all development that would be required to do this? The new MPPF, for example, only refers to major development, having to sort of address the things you're referring to here, and it doesn't refer to it as compensatory improvements, but rather seeks provision of new or improved or existing green spaces. I know we're assessing this plan in accordance with the 2023 framework, so again, I might just raise this as a point.
So in a sense, the point you raised in relation to the criteria before applies equally well here. In a sense, once we've said we're applying national policy, I'm not sure we should really have anything in that attempts to restate national policy. Because in a sense, that would be potentially an internal conflict within the policy. You'd read criteria 3, which would direct you to the most recent MPPF, arguably. And then there would be an inconsistency between that and what was said in criterion 4. So,
yeah, I would say logical, the only potential fly in that ointment, of course, is the allocations, which would differ. But it depends what this policy is dealing with, because of course they're no longer in the green belt.
Yeah.
If they're so, in theory, the placemaking policy should address the compensatory improvements for sites which have been removed from the green belt should be, I imagine, sensibly located in the PL policies or their allocation policies. My reading is this would be anybody coming forward with an application in retained green belt.
So we did say for site allocations released from the green belt. So we are referring directly, to those sites where this will specifically apply. Potentially the confusing bit is, or for sites where very special circumstances have been demonstrated. Potentially that's the bit that gets deleted. But this was meant to cover those sites that we are releasing from the green belt.
I mean, you shouldn't need to, because it should be in the PL policies anyway. I mean, if you need to reaffirm, because this policy, if you had a new policy, it's development in the green belt. So an application in one of these sites wouldn't be in the green belt, in which case, logically, you wouldn't read this. You'd go to the PL policies, which are covering them.
Okay, noted. Yes, it could also go into the, is it 2 or 3 placemaking policies which deal with the green belt sites?
Well,
Is
there's,
that-
yeah, I mean, there's other allocations as well. But I mean, well, to be fair, yes, you're right. In fairness, there's only PL10 and PL11 where it's addressed specifically,
Totally,
isn't it?
yes.
So the others are their own allocations, so it would have to be set out in their allocations. I think just have regard to these discussions if an act, well, I think there will be an action to consolidate these policies, so I think I'll just have to see what you come up with. If you, yes, I can see why you might want to, on reflection, identify those, but it might be to try and separate them out, perhaps. Because national policy, if you like, the allocations have been made under the December 2023 framework, validly, but any application that was to come in on Greenbelt in the future, even if it passed VSC, it would be in line with whichever frameworks in power, wrong word, in place at the time, which might be slightly different. Yeah. I only say it because the new framework, just for example, doesn't say compensatory improvements. That's removed, but it is. You know, and we've had a debate when we've looked at those allocations about whether or not, you know, compensatory improvements should be included because the new framework doesn't mention them and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I think just bear that in mind when you ask for a draft of a new policy.
So we can reflect on the new as well, and just to understand how that might work. In reading it, it sort of asks for that in a different way. So it's a different type of test and a different type of approach to.
Yeah, that's the way. It's the wording, isn't it? So,
yes.
Ms. Dalehouse is probably right that if there are elements which are only seeking to reflect national policy, you've said that by dealing with it through national policy. And then I suppose if there is an extra local flavour because the plan seeks to remove sites from the Greenbelt, then they might need to be referred to separately under its own criteria. Whether maybe in this policy or or another policy, I don't know, but that seems fair. So, and again, I suppose the same would apply to criterion 5. Really, again, if it's only seeking to cover. But whether there's local flavour in there again about how you're going to implement the improvements, that might be okay. Okay. So any comments on? Well, I suppose BG5 to BG7, as it stands, the potential to delete or not, and I suppose as it's before us all, the policy. Although that's sort of moot because we'd have to wait for main mods. But Council may as well have the benefit of any comments while they're here. Mr. Lack, you were first.
Yes, thank you. I'm having a real problem understanding what it is I'm commenting on now.
Well, comment on the policies as they stand.
Yes, okay, because I've heard the possibility of a number of modifications, which I can't find in my version of E6.1. So they're obviously...
No, they're in the statement, Council statement.
Okay. In respect to BG6, in our representation, we did draw attention to the fact that we felt that there was possibly policy being drafted which might permit development in the Greenbelt, which was not appropriate under national policy. Now, you don't seem to, sir, have, at least I believe you haven't said that yourself, so I'm not sure exactly what your thinking is on that line. But I noticed, for example, in E6.1, there was a suggested modification by the council about car parking and a reference to changing the wording on the design of car parks. And I think that's the kind of thing we were sort of alluding to in our representation that we might have felt was being permitted in that policy, which we thought might not, should not be permitted. On BG7, there is a long list. I mean, we have drawn attention under the placemaking discussions, PL11, I think was where it first came up, about the compensatory improvements that were being proposed. And we noted that a lot of them have already been funded. And I can see criteria 5A through G, I think it is, are expected or are fully funded, and H and I, which are noted as being funded from section 106. I'm not sure that it's right that the policy would list these projects which are fully funded when it's supposedly justifying removal of greenbelt land. And I would, as a minor point, I would suggest that we don't want to see those figures in policy 5H and I, because I think it's just the principle that the work needs to be done rather than the actual amounts that need to be raised. That'll obviously change in time anyway, so I'm not sure that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Claire, saying what you're commenting on. I was discussing what the council has raised, but views on the policies they stand will help me decide whether or not it's necessary to make the changes that the council has suggested, or even additional changes, or whether the changes they're proposing actually work. So it's all helpful. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. So commenting on BG7 as it stands, although just prefacing that with, I think combining them does resolve a number of issues, because I think some of the issues come from there being too much, which leads you to ask more questions about what's missing than when then having a shorter policy, which essentially resolves a lot of those things. Because I think we've talked about this before, where there's lists, I'm about to, you immediately go, what's missing? So the country park is missing, so that creates a kind of concern as to why those things are listed. So some things are listed so clearly and not others. So removing that altogether may resolve some of those issues. We raised an issue about criterion 3 because it appears to give quite a lot of weight to master plans which are being developed, and I think that we've talked about master plans before and their role, and it seemed to give them quite a lot of. It appeared to give them that a new policy could be created. I know that it can't be, but that seemed to us to be the appearance of criterion 3. Criterion 5, we've suggested some modifications if that were to remain, specifically listing the country park. We also raised the issue that none of the projects listed relate to the Metropolitan Open Land or Greenbelt or enhancements in the southeast of the borough. Sorry to be a scratch record about this. But they are the areas which have the multiple deficiencies based on the evidence. And it was, we didn't think that seemed particularly positively prepared in terms of understanding the issues faced by that area and then responding to them. And in that regard, we put forward, I guess, a rather hopeful suggested modification in yellow in our hearing statement. We were concerned about some of the two of the proposed modifications. One which appeared to be watering down from must to should. And we know our views on this. Our views are that if you don't make sort of green space and green infrastructure musts, it really does make it vulnerable to non-delivery. Essential, it makes it vulnerable to non-delivery. And our final point, sir, relates to the, and I think this might have to be dealt with in terms of a new policy as well, although it might come up elsewhere because my memory starting to get quite muddled on where different things are coming up. But there's the park development framework from the Lee Valley Regional Park. There was a proposed modification on that for paragraph 6.39, which we raised an issue with because it seems to sort of steer away. The bit we're most interested in is area 4 of that, then it seems to steer away from area 4 specifically, because area 4 is the area around Meridian Water, and the area that the Lee Valley Regional Park Authority's area development framework actually identifies as an area which should be improved. So on the one hand, we didn't feel that was reflected in the proposed modification. In terms of what we've just discussed, in terms of a new policy, I know that this is only a justification note, so I'm not sure what it means, but it is my understanding that the plan must mention the Lee Valley Regional Park Development Framework and reference it. it may do elsewhere. Apologies, so, but because it comes up here, I thought I'd mention it here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I think a couple of those comments sort of do, I think, highlight the potential difficulties with that list in criterion 5 and what it's for, and what it does and what it doesn't do. And you say the nature of things, it doesn't include the country park. I suppose now it's been confirmed that it's a list of things that have been funded. Well, it wouldn't do then, but then it reads as if these are things that are going to have to be delivered. So it is somewhat confusing. So I think the council is seeking to address, at least acknowledges that. Whether, say, we have to look at what, or I'll have to look at what the council come up with, I think. But there are some points in there that we have to think about. You know, if there is a rejigged policy to make sure that what it covers, it doesn't feel like there are issues they're not sort of carried through. So it's still worth answering some of these points. The particular ones being this, would you still be, this suggestion in 6.39, whether that would still be a necessity? And I mean, presumably, if it's in the Lee Valley, the park development framework, then that's the park development framework. So it is proposing what it proposes. And yes, and I do recall when the Park Authority were here, there was talk about what legal requirements there are in relation to having regard to their plan. But presumably this plan doesn't override anything they're talking about doing or anything else. So what will happen will happen.
No. That's correct, sir. And I think we had a discussion during the policy on PL9. It was a proposed amendment there as well. We agree it should be somewhere in the local plan, and I think PL9 is the right place for it, because development proposals do need to have regard to it as a statutory document. So we feel that it's addressed by the fact that we have proposed it as an amendment for PL9. We agree that it should continue as an amendment for PL9, and that's its most appropriate place. Sorry.
Okay. And then just if this list gets, we talked about the list in PL9. Sorry, Karen, I'll wait till you finish.
So, sorry, Mr. Doyle-Harris has just reminded me that that E6.1 at the moment is suggesting some changes to supporting text, but I think during our discussion on PL9 we suggested that actually some wording a hook does need also to be included into the policy itself. Just to be clear that that's the case. Supporting text will also be necessary because there's more information and wider information that needs to kind of sort of describe the context of that a little bit, so yes.
Okay. And there is a, understood. As with many of these things, I think once if we talk about actions, I'll have to remind myself of which were sort of definite actions, which were potential actions that I need to come back on and so on. But clearly, before any main mods are consulted on, just as a matter of fact, I'll come to a view as to whether they are necessary or not. And it may well be, after seeing drafts of some of these things, I will either say, yes, that seems reasonable, I think, well, no, actually, it's not reasonable. And maybe I won't be able to come to a view on that until I've seen them, because I need to see how they work in practice. And this might be one of those issues about where, if reference is needed, where best place to put it, how does it work, and so on and so forth.
That's right, so thank you for that. Yes, we understand that position, and yeah.
And just remind me what the intention is. So if the list in 5 was to be either completely deleted or put in supporting text as examples, or maybe a much summarised list as examples of work that's been done, or to show the work that council's done and funded. In terms of specific examples or specific requirements for complementary measures, I might have to remind myself actually of what's been said about that. But would that still be picked up in PL9, in terms of if there are any specific things, or is it just be picked up in individual allocations? Or so, for example, the country park example, that's picked up in PL10, doesn't need to be picked up anywhere else.
Exactly, it's either in the placemaking policies, so the country park, because it's very specific to that placemaking area, is within that, or in PL9 if there are sort of broader improvements that that we would be looking to deliver. Additionally, just to say that any major green infrastructure projects will also be reflected in the IDP, and that's it's placed really where they need to be listed as well. Thank you.
Okay, I think, yeah, clearly you need to see how all these things fit together to make sure it's clear. And then just this another general point, and I suppose it also fits into the discussion we're having this morning about positively prepared, and that none of this, even though these in the list in 5 is about schemes which are funded or committed, there's very little in the plan about the southeast of the borough, and so whether again the suggestion that the plan isn't being positively prepared in that respect. I mean, these are about enhancing use of the green belt. It's not necessarily all about land that's been removed. So I don't know if there is anything to be said about, or is it a case of until land is removed from the green belt, there's nothing you can, you can't seek compensatory improvements until there's actually something to compensate. So, and the plan would allow for that, presumably. The plan.
Yes, we believe so, that the wording does allow for that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, BG7 can't refer to schemes that don't exist, so ultimately, so it's difficult, isn't it? Okay, I think I've covered everything I need to on that. Right, if there's nothing else, I'll move on then to BG8. Protecting open space, so, yeah. Clearly, absolutely nothing wrong in principle with having one policy to deliver new open space and one policy to protect open space. It might have been better if they're in the same chapter, or at least somehow related to each other. But we are where we are. And so, yeah, I think my note here is even I have to admit defeat sometimes when I think about these questions, how I didn't necessarily put 2 and 2 together when we were talking about CL5. But I just want to get into the nitty-gritty of the issues. Criterion 1 in this policy sets out the tests that would be required to involve, my general point with this policy is how does it relate to the national policy? So it may well be, again, don't need anything else, but just for general points. Criterion 1 has a series of tests which look at protection. If you look at, can we look at CL5, criterion 2? When you're there. This also covers the loss of sport, in fairness, covers loss of sports and recreation facilities. There might be sometimes that's not just going to be open space, but it's also going to be open space if it's playing pitches and so on. So, and then also, I think it's fair to say allotment, the allotment policy as well. I think you've got another set of tests for the loss of allotments. So, how do these things all relate to each other? Which if it's determined, because I think this is an example of a potentially harmful duplication, because what's in BG8 is subtly different to what's in CL5, which is subtly different to what's in BG11. I think it's 11 to do with allotments. So what is the idea here? You know, is there a problem that having these different approaches to loss?
So I think the starting point is that BG8 is not intending to go beyond the national policy, planning policy framework tests for the protection of open space. although it refers to designated open space, and one point that we've identified is that we should be clear that it should apply to both open space identified on the policies map as local open space, which is a historic identification by the council, and in fact any other open space that might exist, because we can't be confident that that aspect is comprehensive. Given that purpose, there's no harm if there are multiple policies that essentially refer back to the framework's test for loss of protection of open space and playing fields and recreational facilities. But so nor is there, to be honest, much benefit of having multiple policies doing that. I think the council wouldn't be opposed to BG8 being absorbed, say, into CL5, which is where the which essentially, it does a very similar thing as things stand.
Okay, thank you. Because as I say, I think it's fair to say at the moment, as it stands, the way they're drafted is different. So they're different tests.
And so that's why I started by saying we're not intending to go beyond the framework, because I think as BG8.1 would only allow development that is temporary in nature, for example.
Well, clearly the ands we're going to have to be ors at some point.
Yeah,
because
quite.
certainly wouldn't
So
work.
there's some there are some issues with how it works, sits with national policy to start with, and we recognise those. If those were ironed out, then I think we'd be getting to the point where it can be folded into CL5 anyway, but potentially with the exception of criteria 3, which has got something slightly different.
Well, I'm going to come on to criteria 3. It is something different. I think it's covered by a different policy already.
Yes, well, that's we have identified that as well.
Yeah,
so.
policy relating to gardens and private amenity space.
Yeah.
So let me just cover some. The one point they raised about the fact that there's no, and in national policy, yes, there is no distinction between designated open space and non-designated open spaces, provided it meets the open space designation. The tests are the same. So I think it's probably a point I raised or meant to raise or should have raised. And I think that's fair. It may be costing the planning balance. You might have, when you're looking at the tests, you might give more weight to designated open space than incidental open spaces, but ultimately the process, the test is the same. So yes, I think however this comes out in the wash, there should be no distinction. I know that you've proposed some modifications to this policy to alter that sort of thing, to make it clear that it's not about designated versus something else. There are some references in your statement, though, to any kind of revised policy or plan referring to, continuing, if you like, to refer to metropolitan open land and local green space. No, quite, yes. Yeah. They are not. Well, they are open space. It's again back to this point, isn't it? They would be defined as open space in many cases. Some cases maybe not. And then you would assess the greenbelt issues in one, and assess the potential loss of open space as two separate entities, not this idea that they get very conflated again. It's a similar issue to what we talk about agricultural workers. You're conflating two policies. So I think, yes, you're nodding already, so yeah, any change.
Yes, so we agree.
Yeah, okay. And that also would cover this issue, which I was querying about why criterion 1 anyway said with the exception of metropolitan open land. Well, why? Metropolitan open land is, not all of it, perhaps, will be classed as open space in terms of national definition. Certainly there are elements of greenbelt that wouldn't do that. And maybe local green space as well, not necessarily open space as per the definition if they're designated for something else. So. Fine. So you've covered that. Again, this would be one of those things, if the action is to, consolidate some of this, which might make sense, certainly don't. As you say, there might not be any problem in having two policies which say exactly the same thing about loss of open space, but if this policy is basically reduced to that, when you've already got CL5, it seems a bit redundant. But I would just say, depending on if things are consolidated, I just want to make a point about criterion 2B in and of itself is a redundant element anyway, because many covers the issues about, this is again one of those things where you'd want a cross-reference, but it's covering issues which would be covered anyway by, any development comes forward. It's not, those things are picked up. And criterion 3, we talked about non-designated, we've talked about non-designated open space, so that's one thing. I think you've said, retain the rest of the policy, but the rest of the policy seems to be more about private amenity space and gardens, so not really sure it fits in here at all. They're not, by definition, public open space, so not subject to the same tests. And so you've already got other policies dealing with provision of private amenity space. So, and particularly including what the last sentence is dealing with. So the last sentence, amenity space should be designed to be flexible so it can be easily adapted in response to changing needs, such as growing food. There's a whole policy about growing food and a whole policy about what level of private amenity space you need. So again, I think there seems to be no point really in criterion 3 at all. And again, it probably is a harmful, I would call it maybe a potentially harmful duplication, because it's just pulling in different directions unnecessarily, or just repeating it for the sake of repeating it. Elements of criterion 2, again, are subsumed anyway within criterion 1, so about losses of open space and things. So, or at least how development should be taken into account in open space, but I'm not sure there's anything in there which is absolutely... this isn't actually criterion 2. It's not about protecting open space, is it? Because it's about what you do on open space if an application comes in. So again, that actually would probably suit it. Doesn't really sit under the heading of protecting open space anyway. So yes, it seems to me again there's a logic here. It might be the action is for the council to think about how best to do it, but I think some consolidation between policies BG8 and CL5 would make some sense. But that's before I've heard from anyone. Any comments? No.
No, sir. You've covered all of our points. Thank you.
Okay, so that's that action there then. I think. Thank you. And I'll obviously see what you come up with. So BG9, what another one, which may be familiar. So
the first one we've considered, so I think this is the first watercourses we've considered.
Oh, is it?
Well, we
might have parked the other one, didn't we? Yeah, because this seemed to be exactly exactly just covering the same thing. So we may as well do it now. Yeah. Yes. So we know we have SE8, which is called protecting watercourses, and now BG9, which is watercourses. So again, we picked up on this a little bit yesterday. Both refer to things like setbacks and culverting. Both talk about ecological issues and so on. This policy does differ, and it talks about moorings and freight, which is novel to this policy. And the council statement refers to this policy being about the morphology, naturalisation, biodiversity and habitat connectivity, public access, active travel interfaces and navigation operational considerations. Is it? Okay, I'll take your word for that. But then you've talked about naturalisation, but then again, as I say, and protecting the watercourses, but SE8 is called protecting the watercourses. And then in paragraph 4.52 of SE8, which relates to SE8, that also refers to naturalisation. So I think overall, we're notwithstanding what we said in statement, that was clear. I think it's acknowledged yesterday that there's a clear overlap between intent of these policies and also specific criteria. I'm not sure I've got anything. I mean, again, it's, as usual with these things, it's not necessarily in this policy is anything I can see. There might be some tweaks about some of the wording, but the intent is probably very sensible. It's just whether or not it's sensible to have it twice. So I suppose the first question is, what is have the council come to a view on this? Whether, again, this overlap is harmful, harmless, or can be amended to make life easier for people?
Thank you, sir. I mean, it's set out in the hearing statement. there are at least two relatively different ideas at play here. One is essentially environmental protection, the particular duties around the Water Framework Directive, and that's kind of at the heart of SE8. BG9 is a much more users of the waterways focused policy, but so that they clearly have overlapped in terms of how they've been drafted. I think the council's view is that it would be convenient for them to be merged. So we're happy to do that, and that will be the best way to avoid the duplications that you've identified. There'll also need to be just some work done on just to check terminology, because I think particularly around BG9, and there's a table that follows, so it's just needs to be quite specific as to what kinds of water bodies are caught by policies. What is a watercourse? What is a water body? What is... so there are a number of things that need to be ironed out.
Yeah, I've got a question about that table actually in a second, but I'll just pick up on the principle of merging them. Again, probably, yeah. I think my main issue here would be, and I think we typically say this, that where it does overlap, there is different wording and different approaches. So it is in the realms of harmful duplication, because things about setback, it refers to it in different ways. So if the policies, it seems quite minor maybe on the face of it, but if the policies were to sit as they are, then people would wonder, well, which one am I supposed to use when it comes to a suitable setback or an adequate setback or an appropriate setback. So things of that nature. So I think there is, in that regard, some logic in consolidation or merging. That might be, again, for the council to consider. I think you've also said that 2E, again, if you're doing some consolidation, 2E, for example, should be deleted. I have no disagreement with that, because that's not really anything to do with development or decision making. But one just question I did have, and it is directly related to this, is, and you just raised it at table 6.2, and is what actual bearing does that table have, and being in different types of watercourse? Because the policy doesn't, as far as I can tell, correct me if I'm wrong, neither this policy or SC8 differentiates in any way how the policy will be implemented for different levels of watercourse. So does it have any? I'm not saying you couldn't have that there for information, but again, it's as with some of these figures. If it's got some bearing, then shouldn't the policy make it clear?
The short answer, sir, is yes. If it has some bearing, that we should make it clear. I think that there are two terms that are used within the policy: there's water course and water spaces. And I think we're not. Do we think that water spaces might be table 6 point? What table 6.2 should refer to? But yes, so we think so. Table 6.2 is intending to capture things that aren't watercourses, i.e., reservoirs. Yeah, so it's capturing a broader category of water bodies. But so that's something we need to iron out.
Okay, so taking that back to a soundness test, I think it's fair to say there's a clarity and ambiguity issue there that needs to be addressed. So.
Indeed, so because there are different, the Water Framework Directive, for example, applies to quite a specific category of water bodies, and there's legislation in relation to watercourses as well. So yeah, we need to make sure for effectiveness that is all set out. And I think that's what that table is trying to do, but I'm not sure it currently achieves it.
Okay. Any views on? I mean, again, the principle really is anything in BG9 you wish to comment on. In which case, then, but I think there is some scope for consolidation. So it would be a case of, is there anything that needs to be addressed? Not necessarily. If there's an issue with the policy, then that needs to be flagged up for any consolidation, Mr. Byrne.
I'm not sure if this is a consolidation matter. It's just about criterion 3. It refers to permanent residential and commercial moorings and how they're supported. but it doesn't mention what is the bulk of the use on the canal, which is the temporary moorings situation, which is an important element of the community down there, and also of how the towpath is used, particularly in regard to the development that's going on down there near Meridian Water. So it just seems to be there's a lack of clarity there about what's expected, whether temporary moorings are allowed, because in our view they should be, and they should be developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take that on and reflect back on it. I'm not able to give a direct answer right now, but thank you for flagging it.
Okay. Again, it's an omission issue, really. Omission, not omission. Omission issue about whether or not, again, the policy is effective if it doesn't deal with a particular nature of development, particularly if it's something which is prevalent. So, is this something? Is there a reason you can't answer that now? Is it because you're relying on other people?
That's right, sir.
Relying on.
I think more or less number 3 came from our existing DM policy. It's been shortened, so I think we just need to go back and also speak to other colleagues to just make sure we're covering all bases there. Thank you.
Okay. In the first instance, the action then is to do what the council suggested it was going to do in terms of consolidation, and I want to see what that looks like. If, as part of, I have no objection to the council suggesting some reference to temporary moorings if it's something which is identified as a genuine, valid issue. If you may wish to, if I ask for any feedback, obviously from the council at some point about some of the suggested models, if it's not come up, I might just ask why. It might be useful to have a little note, because if you can't answer it today, then again it's useful to have an answer. If it is something particularly, I don't know if it's in your existing policy or not. I suppose the question would always be, what difference would it make if it just said residential and took out the reference to permanent and just referred to residential and commercial moorings? Because if it's what is the issue, albeit except there might be other issues with temporary moorings that are different, raises different issues. So
yes, for example, so the policy currently encourages permanent moorings where they're located away from the main course of the Lee. I don't know if that applies the same to something that is temporary, for example.
I think it's more really for the council at the moment, at least to reflect on, say whether that is something. Again, it's the law of unintended consequences, isn't it? If this is an issue, make sure the plan deals with it. So. Okay, if there's anything else, I'll move on to BG 10. Urban greening and biophilic principles. It said something about plain English, wasn't there? The plan should be in plain English, perhaps. So I think this policy covers two distinct issues. Well, the title suggests it does urban greening and biophilic principles being two separate things, but I think once you read it, criterion 1 is primarily about is the urban greening element, and so it sits on its own, and then criterion 2 onwards I think is more about the general biophilic issues perhaps, or general principles. So and in this reference back I think to London Plan G5, which has got an urban greening, is the urban greening policy. So here I queried whether or not it was justifiable to allow for policy or plans to or development to exceed the urban greening factor set in the London Plan. The criterion requires new development to demonstrate how it will exceed the urban greening factor targets. I asked how that could be justified, and the answer in the statement was that if considered more appropriate, that's presumably if I consider it more appropriate, the policy could change to maximise or exceed. But that doesn't really help me understand whether the council actually thinks it's sound. Again, it's a sort of element of second guessing me again to see what I might say. But I think, first and foremost, is two things really. Have I interpreted it correctly that the council expects development to exceed the urban greening factor in the London Plan? And notwithstanding what I might conclude and what you might then be happy to do, is actually the council, if that is the case, is the council happy and content that's sound, and why? I don't really get an answer to that.
So I think the initial drafting was obviously trying to encourage greater greening based on our sort of strategic position of being the greenest borough. So I think that's where that stems from. But on reflection, we feel that actually it should simply default back to the position of the London Plan. There's no harm in sort of saying, or exceed it if necessary, or if possible. I think that is what we're trying to encourage. So I think it's just modifying it just to meet and or exceed, where possible.
Okay, I know the London Plan does give boroughs the ability to come up with your own standards. So, but just Enfield's not done that. So that's the one point. So my reading of it wasn't, the London Plan wasn't just going back to if you were saying exceed was the thing. That was the council London Plan giving councils the opportunity to set their own standards wasn't the same as saying you can exceed the standard when you want to. You see, it seems to be you either use the GLA standards or you have your own. You've got so. And I know you did refer to in your statement about the ambition being to be the greenest borough in London. I mean, my devil's advocate point would have been, well, why didn't you come up with your own standards then? If you wanted to do that, you could have done that. So I think there doesn't seem to be anything to justify, just to round off I know you've said you're happy to do it, but it doesn't seem to me to be anything to justify seeking to exceed the London Plan policy. So I would say there's an action there to tweak, again, subject to what I hear around the table, but subject, I think, to tweak that to remove reference to at least any indication that there's an expectation of exceedance. I think we've had this debate before in other policies where it sort of says, well, where possible, but as soon as you put the where possible in, it's still implying that you are expecting them, if it's possible. It might well be possible, but you can't say to someone, exceed, oh, we think it's possible, you must exceed the standard, because the standard is a standard. I've had this in parking standards, I've had this in lots of things where it's like, oh, we'd quite like you to go above this, because, well, no, that's what the point of a standard is. And particularly in a situation where you could have come up with your own standards and you decided not to. So, nothing wrong with encouraging it, nothing wrong with saying you'll support it, but certainly it shouldn't imply that you expect it. So that would be action there, I think. This is more for me just a general understanding of how the urban greening thing works. I'm not, just trying to get a feel for it, see if there's any other changes. But how does the urban greening factor fit into things like general open space provision, biodiversity net gain, or even such things as compensatory improvements to greenbelt and so on? How does it all relate to each other?
So it's a very good question. One which we are also trying to grapple with, because of course, as you know, these are all different initiatives that have come through all at different times. And in truth, having spoken to also GLA colleagues, they see it also as a complementary thing. If you're meeting your green space factor, it could also help you to meet your compensatory improvements and or your biodiversity net gain improvements, of course, depending on what you're proposing. So it all depends on proposals, but it's trying to do more with less, or trying to show that actually it's not an additional burden, but rather something that you can show also maximises the opportunities across other policy requirements as well.
Thank you. And then move on to the criteria 2 onwards. And I say this seems to be about something different to the urban greening factor. Many of the issues, I will say, do seem to be covered elsewhere. Again, it's not unusual for me to say that. It seems to me this might be another example of looking at the same things through different lenses. It's a phrase you've used with me before, which may or may not be necessary. But again, the usual question for me will be: is looking at it through these different lenses causing any internal inconsistency issues, harmful, harmless, duplication, however I want to refer to it. So just on criterion 2, as I say, this seems a little bit like a bit of a rehash of other policies relating to protecting biodiversity assets, and where improvements are needed, and sort of setting out where improvements are needed or could be encouraged or promoted. Again, it's got a lot of examples in it, so perhaps priority given to what is in A to D, but I guess I was, again, not quite entirely sure what it was seeking to achieve, really.
So I think you're right that it's very similar to BG1 in some respects, and BG2, and it was just looking at it from this different lens, essentially trying to say, well, if you're trying to achieve urban greening, that these are, broad examples or areas where that could be achieved. But I feel potentially that HO clause 2 and its sub-criterion can actually possibly be condensed, where we can refer back to those policies to just say, of course, it goes without saying to some extent, but BG1 is essentially where we are trying to encourage, that type of linked up urban greening, if you like, and green infrastructure more generally. So it's hopefully could be condensed into one small clause linking back to that's how we might see it kind of working and happening. And as we already said, I think just doing a sense check of each of the sub-clauses, A to D, and just making sure that where necessary they are covered in our list in BG1.
Okay. That might be one for me, again, to think about. I think this one's probably got less, it's not like some of the others where there's a clear course with the council suggestion. So I'm going to probably say yes to. I might just have to think about it a bit. But apart from what I've just said about criterion 1, I think I suppose this is another example. There's been lots of examples again, and I've taken some time, I guess, to get my head around this idea. There's lots of things about with priority given to, or will prioritise, and it's just understanding in what that means in practical terms sometimes. And it's not always been particularly clear. I think the council just wants to keep sort of encouraging things, sort of very laudable, but sometimes it just gets a bit difficult to follow about what it means in practice. But okay, thank you. I'll bear your suggestion in mind. I think in criterion 3, I will say, sorry, about criterion 2, because this does specifically refer to tree and woodland resource as well, so there's a bit of a difference there, but I'm not sure that isn't just generally covered other things. So I'll just point that out. I've noted it specifically refers to trees and woodland, but maybe there's other ways of looking at that. Criterion 3, again, perhaps seems to be covering a bit of old ground. does it cause any harm to do that? Perhaps again for me to think about criteria in general terms, but criterion 3A seems to be a laudable aim about protecting and retaining trees and hedgerows. Absolutely, it's what, you know, I'd be all in line. But that's not really, it doesn't seem to me to be about urban greening, or maybe I've misunderstood something, because it seems, you know, urban greening to me is obviously you're doing some, you're greening the urban area, whereas criterion 3A is about protecting something that already exists. Now, the result of that might well be that you're maintaining the greenness of a particular area, but it didn't seem to be quite in keeping with that, unless, of course, it's fitted into this biophilic principles idea. But then clearly you've also got a policy about protecting biodiversity as well. So again, I'm probably a little bit maybe misunderstanding the point of criterion 3A. I wasn't sure. I'll just run through some of these points before you know, maybe think about some of the answers or some of the points I'm making. 3D, shading issue, again, is shading an urban greening issue? It seems to be covering more points about, you know, what we talked about yesterday in terms of climate change issues perhaps, and overheating or design or layout, but I wasn't quite sure. But it might be urban greening, but it just happens to also overlap with all these other things. Fine. We talked about criterion 4 a little bit earlier, because this is the one which is picking up on irreplaceable habitats. So we thought that might well go into BG2. Can probably be consolidated a little bit and shortened to go into BG2. And then criterion 5, well, okay, again, probably perfectly laudable aim, probably covered by your design policies somewhere. It may well be a perfectly harmless thing, because it's probably not saying anything out untoward. It's probably someone's wasted their time writing it, unfortunately. But there you go. So just going back to criterion 4, it probably doesn't matter, because I think the essence will be irreplaceable habitats will be addressed in accordance to national policy. But clearly what criterion 4 says isn't quite right. So, but again, it's moot points, because I think however it changes, it will just refer back to, but it isn't quite reflecting national policy either. So a bit of a run through there. I think, again, I guess this is just my sort of essence of, this is a policy that says some very nice things, and maybe in that respect it doesn't need to change dramatically, apart from criterion 1, which I've pointed out is fundamentally problematic. The others, criterion 2, maybe needs to be consolidated or looked at along with all these other lists of nice things. 3 and 4 to be moved. 3, I'm not sure what it does. 5, I'm not sure what it does, but it may well be harmless. So it's one of those. I've run through a few issues. I don't know if you've got any particular comments on sort of things I've picked up. A bit of a ramble about just it's just another policy. It's just, you know, well, it's just, well, that's the point. It sounds a bit flippant, but it's just another policy saying, I mean, you know, if you put a red line through this, I think it's the question, if you put a red line through this policy, I doubt very much, apart from criterion 1, which refers to urban greening, I'm not sure you'd lose anything in the rest of the plan, but that doesn't mean to say it necessarily needs to come out or anything like that. It's just, you know, someone's thought is, we need to refer to biophilic. I kind of love this word, biophilic principle. We must refer to it. It's referred to elsewhere as well. Let's have a policy about it.
So thank you for that. I think that's totally understood. And yes, I think on reflection, we agree that the aims are not clear. If I may, though, number 3, clause 3, I think is trying to promote some of the ways in which urban greening can happen. Potentially, I think we agree, if anywhere, reflecting on existing, you know, woodland trees, hedgerows needs to be in our BG2 sync policy, because that's also looking, of course, at habitats more generally as well. So, you know, protected habitats and priority habitats outside of the sync network as well. So that's where, if we keep that and or, you know, reword it slightly. That's where we believe it belongs to. BC is trying to kind of encourage that urban greening and sort of giving examples, and maybe it gives too much information, but we could certainly look at it and see how it actually fits in with the urban greening policy. But it does potentially have a place here because it's about the urban greening aspects. Then it's trying to do something about trees, but I think we agree that it's potentially not clear. But you know, street trees and trees are an important aspect of urban greening. It is encouraged in the MPPF. And so I think just looking at how we might reword that to really spell that out, because I think it's trying to suggest that, to some extent, number 5 also does that. It's trying to encourage street trees and protecting the existing street tree assets, but also then encouraging that greening through increasing the canopy in street trees.
It's a bit, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think that's probably been a bit flippant. It's been a long examination, but yes, fair enough. I think it's what I've said several times actually. When you look into some of these policies, there are germs of good, important things. And that's why I'm keen when we talked about deleting things or removing duplication, not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and make sure things get. In this instance, it may well be if you look at what the policy is, the first part of the policy is meet the London Plan urban greening factor. Will support development or that exceeds that. Fantastic. The way this can be achieved is then set out in 3 and 5. Seems to me, and I suppose just again logic dictates. Well, I'm not sure you needed, and it's just so I suppose just my thought. Well, why isn't 5 part of 3? It's just about adding. I'm not sure. I mean, again, in the great scheme of things, does it matter? Probably not. But it's just making it slightly more concise. So yes, this policy would become Enfield's way of addressing London Plan Policy G5, but by addressing that, so simply stating what you're expecting and how you think it can be delivered, and then perhaps removing or shifting some of the things which don't really fit into that, and as you say, fit better elsewhere. So okay. So I think overall, I say what's seeking to treat is very, there's no problem with that. It's about tweaking it to make it more effective. So, sorry, Mr. Byrne, did you have a comment on this one?
Thank you, sir. We struggled at first to actually find. We were looking for a policy on trees and struggled to find a policy on trees, and then we found this one and realised that there are the sort of tree policies in there. The point I suppose I'm trying to make is that in the existing development management document, there's DMD 80, and it's called Trees and Landscaping, and you go through it, and it feels like we can understand it, and it's clear. And I just wonder whether that might be a helpful starting point, because I think we agree with what it's trying to do. Actually, we do agree wholeheartedly, but if we're honest, we struggled to actually locate it in the first instance, and then when we did it, we sort of thought, okay, could be more effective.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the point. Yeah, probably. Again, it's whether there's a conflation between what I would consider a tree policy, which would be protecting trees. Well, it does say that, to be fair, but you're saying it's in the context of urban greening and stuff, which isn't quite the same, because it's more about protecting the asset, isn't it? So
I think it mixes the two a little bit, because it also talks about, is it this policy TPO? So it is trying to do both things, protect and then sort of encourage.
Or maybe it's that can be dealt with through the policy, the protection policy doing the protection, and then it's all together and it's clear. And then if there's an encourage policy, if this is the encourage policy, then drawing out if trees in particular need to be drawn out as something, and not just about street trees, but as you say, general tree provision, tree planting, and so on. So, okay, I think yeah. As I say, there's nothing wrong with the idea. I think it's just the execution just needs to be tweaked. So if I can leave that one with you. Okay, BG 11 allotments, I think. Ooh, beg your pardon. So allotments and community food production. So my first couple of questions in this one were about whether it's clear how much allotment space would be required. And the council's response is that it could be modified to refer to major development. And so that's obviously when something's required. And then in regard to scale, the statement refers to table 12.1, which is relating to policy CL5. Of course, this can be modified, but the policy as it stands doesn't refer to tables 12.1 or policy CL5, which in effect deals with the issue of allotment provision. So again, even from my perspective, sort of perhaps reading this policy in isolation, my mind didn't immediately go to CL5, and that's partly because obviously I'm reading these chapters at different times and different periods and thinking about questions at different times. So, you know, even if that's a sensible way of dealing with it, you know, again, having an allotment, not unusual to have an allotment policy and a general, but if the scale of provision is set out in CL5, then clearly some cross-reference would be needed, and with, I guess, possibility of whether or not that number's right or not. What's in 12.1 might come up, but we have had the opportunity to discuss that. So, and I think, so in terms of when, and I don't think I'm right, I mean, I don't think CL5 actually narrows it down to major development, but I mean, no. So I think it's for any. So I'm not sure whether it's absolutely necessary, unless you're saying that to require contributions in line with CL5 is only in relation to major development, which is not the impression I got. I'm not sure it would be necessary to change that. But anyway, put that on one side. Clearly, there's some cross-reference to CL5 needed, or some merging of the policies to. But you know, allotment provision might be a separate policy, no doubt about that. It's just different chapters needs to be a cross-reference at least. So I don't know if you have any views just on that, the relation between those two policies.
I mean, CL5 does cover all development in relation to this. That requires all development to that it expect that it will enhance or provide open space, sport, leisure, etc., to meet the standards set out in that table, which is where it comes from. So,
yeah, I mean, it won't always be necessary again, because any requirement can only be when it's justified. So it might be, you know, small scale development might not justify it, or because there's areas where there's no deficiency might not justify it if such places exist. So any kind of 106 planning obligation is going to be always dependent on that, and I have been keen in most places to caveat the wording. Again, it might seem unnecessary, but development, you know, where relevant or where justified, and that might still be the case for CL5 as well, to be honest, and indeed this policy. But I think the principle, and clearly, if there are, I may reflect on CL5 as to whether or not there does to me to be, again, caveats on thresholds or things as well. So these are things which are before me, I'll take away. But as it stands at the moment, I don't think it's necessary. I wouldn't say it's necessary to change to refer to major. If in the fullness of time I have come to that view, then maybe, but I wouldn't say it was now. But I think a cross-reference is probably necessary. So that's one thing. When reading, just in terms of the scope of the policy, when reading the supporting text, and I think it might say, no, I don't think it says it in the policy exactly, but reading the supporting text, it does seem to suggest that this policy is also about commercial food growing as well as allotments and community food growing. So if you look at 6.54, it talks about commercial, well, London's, including London's only commercial scale vineyard at Capel Manor, and then we aim to... Well, it does talk about various commercial production enterprises. Yes, so I just wanted to check what in terms of scope, clearly the policy is, if you like, pointing towards sort of the provision through CL5, if you like, this is what you need to deliver. In terms of allotment space, is there anything about commercial food growing that needs to be addressed in the policy before I get into some of the other little bits and bobs?
So, I mean, there are other policies that deal with rural enterprise, including agricultural enterprises. Those were in the RE policies. I think this policy is about, it refers to existing commercial businesses, but both in the explanatory text, the bit that you refer to, so 6.54, it says, refers to the existing orchards and a commercial scale vineyard, and then it says, we aim to promote local food cultivation, fully maximising on the benefits of those spaces, such as fostering social interactions, reducing stress. So I think it's looking at the community benefits of food production, rather than it encouraging agriculture as such.
Yes, that's right, sir. And I think it's just really trying to highlight the, if you like, the heritage of food growing in the area, and that's what it's saying there. And I believe potentially just some small tweaks to that paragraph in the supporting text could just make that a little bit clearer. That we have a rich heritage of this in the first place, and hence why we are hoping to continue to encourage it.
Okay. So, it's not. So I just wanted to make sure that, again, it's this idea that the policies cover what you want them to cover, and I couldn't see any link there. So if it's more just about the community or allotments or community food growing spaces, could just help reflect this wider heritage. Yeah, okay. Well, the main thing is the policy isn't, there's no omission in terms of policies for your concerns, so that's fine. I didn't think it was worth asking for a written response on this, but I was slightly puzzled by the reference to access to healthy and affordable food. I guess if you're growing it yourself, it might well be healthy and affordable, but I wasn't quite sure if that was a reference to that was particularly appropriate in this, or what it was getting at, really. Because you're not addressing, this might seem semantics again, but you're not really addressing the nature of the food that's grown, and if it's not commercial, it's not being sold, so it's not about affordable food, albeit, yes, as I said, if you're growing it yourself, it might be affordable. It just seemed a bit of an odd phrase, so I'd just suggest deleting that, because I don't think it confused me, and if it confused me, then it's probably not sound. We've already mentioned this. Criterion 2 is about being protected from development. Proposals should not result in net loss of allotment provision. That is not consistent with national policy on open space. So, and as you said, you're not seeking to go beyond national policy in terms of BG 8 and CL5. So I suggest, is there anything different with allotments?
No, so I think that's the default test. Just to note that the majority of allotments in the borough are statutory allotments, so there is an extra step for them to take, but that's a separate and parallel process. And we can potentially describe that a little bit in supporting text, but I don't think we need to go into the statutory process in the policy per se. So the default will just be will be assessed in line with BG8, I think, in this particular case.
Or indeed national policy, because you could say the same thing, because it's only the same. It's only the same test, isn't it?
Yes, well, I think it would need to be national policy, because I think or G8 says is protect, which doesn't really help you very much. So.
Well, sorry, yes, the protected from development isn't necessarily the same as should not result in a net loss. The protection is the test, I would say. You're protecting it by having a test to go through. It's not just a, you can do what you want. So.
No, sir, and I think MPPF 103 sets out how protection will be achieved.
Yeah, okay. Agreed. Yes, sorry, yes, so G8 does refer to protect, yes, so it wouldn't be a free-for-all if fair international policy. Criterion 3 sets out where allotments or food growing might be considered acceptable within housing development. I would just, again, it seems like what bottom out more generally, what about proposals that may be independent of a new housing development were to be proposed? So again, is that one of those unintended consequences that refers specifically to housing development actually might apply anywhere, or does the policy need to set out where allotments or food growing spaces might be otherwise acceptable, you know, if they were to be independent of housing development? Because sorry, criterion 3 says within will be supported as part of new development rather than, you know, so I suppose in theory you may get something come forward which is just for an allotment and not part of new development. So I didn't know if that was a deliberate distinction or not.
No, sir, I don't think it's intended in that way, so we will have a look and just...
Yeah. Well, it's probably just then the provision of allotments and community food growing sites will be supported to meet identified need, perhaps. Well, actually, technically speaking, not to meet identified, because it doesn't have to demonstrate a need, albeit it might add weight to your decision making if it did be an identified need. So I think a tweak to criterion 3 needed. And then just in terms of that's covered sort of the policy issues for me, but in terms of the criteria, but some wider issues about, I think, policy G8. I think, just to get to my question again, beg your pardon. Yes, policy G8 does refer to identifying sites for growing, which the council has not done specifically, as far as I'm aware. So does that result in any problems in terms, again, a general conformity? The London Plan's telling you should do something. Let's look at the wording, is it should or must? Should identify potential sites that could be used for food production. So is there an omission there?
Well, so we'd say we have identified sites that could be used for food production. That doesn't mean there was no requirement to undertake a borough-wide assessment. We've identified sites through the allocations. I think there are 4 different allocations within Cruise Hill and Chase Park, and then there's also the Brimsdown Sports Ground allocation, all of which identify some requirement for allotment or design principle in relation to that. So we have identified some land for food production.
Thank you. Yes, you did put that in your statement. Beg your pardon. And G8 doesn't set out any requirement for any specific amount. So. Okay. And do you think that, in general terms, albeit it might not be specific sites, that through criterion 3 of this plan, criterion 3 of this policy even, it does support food growing in areas of deficiency as well. So could that actually help address anything that's...
Indeed, so yes, criterion 3 refers to support for provision of allotments and community food growing sites to meet identified needs, especially within areas of urban deficiency and areas of deficiency in parts of the urban fringe.
Okay, so you're certainly not discouraging it. Okay, and then, yeah, criterion 5, nothing to say. So I'll hear comments on this. We'll sort this out, a little comfort break, and then come back and finish off. So, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. We just had a couple of comments on this policy, some of which are already picked up. So we've got the reference to CL5, which I think has obviously been picked up. In terms of criteria 2, I wasn't sure whether the decision was to, whether there is a decision, to lose proposal should not result in a net loss of allotment provision. If that isn't taken out, then we were querying what does net loss mean, because you can talk about the net loss of land or a net loss relative to people, because CL5 is a person, works out the need relative to the number of people. But I think it might be going anyway, by the sound of it.
I think it would. My suggestion is that it refers back to national policy. There's still a question in national policy. It refers to, well, it's 3 tests, but one of the tests is there a surplus? Yeah. How you determine what a surplus is something that might fall into that category of how we do that, but yeah, that's national policy.
Then in terms of the G8 identification of sites, we didn't feel that had been properly reflected. I mean, I understand that it is a should, but it is a plan that's sort of pushing supposedly the green boundaries. That's the ambition. We felt that no sites had been allocated specifically for food growing that we could find, no actual sites allocated. And within the site allocations for housing, we found 3, one of which was Brimsdown, which was withdrawn but then reappeared, I think, and now we don't know.
Is that URB1?
The sports club, yeah, the sports club was
10.
I can't remember if it's 1 or 10. It's the Brimsdown Sports Facility, which was in and out, and I think might be back in again.
No
but
idea. Well, I'll just say it's in at the moment because it's in the plan.
Because it's in the plan. Yeah. So
it's only down to whether I decide if the council. I'm waiting for a note to see what the council's composition is, but it's for me to decide whether it's unnecessary, whether it's necessary, would be necessary for soundness to remove it or not.
Yeah.
So it's in.
Yes, thank you. Well, there is one then there. We think meeting that expectation from G8 does require the council to look for the availability of sites specifically for small and macro food growing reduction and allocate those potential sites. And to consider, and this is a familiar theme, but to consider more clearly the areas with particular deficiencies. So as we were saying earlier, we can go through and say, well, we know the deficiencies in this area. If we look at the site allocations, it doesn't mention any food growing facilities. Although I think the ones where they are allocated are not in the areas with the most severe deficiencies. So in that respect, we felt it was perhaps not positively prepared. And that's it. Thank you, sir.
So council's response to that, particularly, I think, well, yes, the consistency with G8, I suppose, and particularly the point about positively prepared in terms of deficiencies. I know you've already said you don't think you're not obliged to, the G8 doesn't oblige you to carry out an assessment or meet a deficiency.
Yes, I mean, I don't think I have very much to add. We've obviously got the strategic policy encouraging provision to meet identified needs, and then we've got there are four allocations within 3 within Cruise Hill and 1 within Chase Park, and then the Brimsdown Sports Ground Urbo 1, all of which make provision for allotments.
Sorry, and that's sufficient as far as you're concerned.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so okay, I have the.
And just in support of that, so I mean, I'd contrast what G8 of the London Plan says when you with what other policies within the London Plan say when they are seeking for a significant, substantial identification of areas of deficiency and planning to meet those needs. There is clearly a distinction there, and part of the reason for that so may be that there are, as Ms. Pilar has already referred to, there are other duties under which the council is under in relation to allotment provision. So there are other mechanisms out there.
Okay, I have the positions on that. Again, nothing to take away with me. Okay, thank you. We'll take a break till 4. If that's okay with everyone. Oh no, 5 to 4. We'll come back at 5 to 4. We've got a couple more policies to do. We may just take a moment for me to gather my thoughts before I come back and just go through my final comments, such as they are. Don't expect anything too groundbreaking. They are just things which are covered in the. If anyone's waiting for some kind of seismic announcement, it's just mainly going through what will happen next, and a lot of that is covered in my guidance note, and throughout the process, I've sort of been setting out how these things are going. So so if we come back at 5 to 4, thank you. 5 to we'll make a start. So we'll move on to BG12, burial and crematorium spaces. I don't have a lot to say on this really. Clearly, I've still got to come to a view on IUR 8, which may have or may not have some bearing on the policy. Sorry. And as I recall, the council has now indicated that it no longer is promoting URB 37. So I assume that's still the case.
That's correct, sir. And I think at the time we look back, and I think we suggested, or you suggested, we agreed essentially that modifications that would be necessary to BG12 to take that into effect would include removing the reference to the allocation in the policy itself. So within the table 6.3, I suppose, which is not whether it sits within the policy technically or not, and then also 6.56 of the sporting text, deleting the last sentence. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, I mean, I suppose you say it is for me to decide whether you're. Well, I think on the face of it, it would be unsound in principle to promote the allocation of a site for a crematorium if there's crematorium if there's absolutely no intention of anyone delivering it. So that would seem illogical. So that's that. I think you acknowledged that reference to flooding being on the policies map is an error that needs correcting. So that's, again, a relatively minor point, but I thought it just stood out at me. And then just on criterion 3, you've seemed to acknowledge that there's no justification for what amounted to something akin to a sequential approach of sorts, and have suggested some wording about, I guess, new cemeteries or burial grounds are acceptable provided they preserve the openness of the greenbelt and do not conflict with the purposes of the greenbelt. Again, I would suggest that there's two things there. That's not quite the test again, so it's kind of slightly trying to summarise the test. So that's one thing. Again, would it be just obviously more straightforward just to relate back to your own greenbelt policies? But I sort of would question why criterion 3 is needed anyway, because if it comes forward in a greenbelt or MOL, it's going to be dealt with by greenbelt policy. So. Indeed, sir, and of course it's conceivable that a crematorium might not be on MOL. Or
well, quite exactly, yeah. So yeah, it didn't seem like, yeah.
So we thought actually on reflection 3 should just be deleted.
I think so. And I say there's no, if it met all the other tests, in Greenbelt and Metropolitan Area, why would it need to demonstrate that you couldn't go somewhere else? There's no particular thing there. So yes, all right. So I think criterion 3, yes, delete that. I think it should be deleted. It serves no purpose and is potentially confusing. So that's all I have on this. Any comments on this from you? Thank you. All right. So, wow, the last policy for now. So BG 13, blue and green infrastructure plans. I think it's clear from my first question on this that one of my concerns, is not an unusual concern I've had, was about the purpose of this policy and whether it was simply restating what was required by other policies. Again, just in another guise. You have policies relating to the scale and provision of open space, biodiversity, and by BNG, design, layout, landscaping, climate change, urban greening, allotments, and food growing provision and public realm, amongst many other things. So apart from the fact that it says some, again, not perhaps in and of themselves, outlandish or unacceptable things, what does this policy really do, other than, I might argue, add another burden to applicants in the form of an infrastructure, of a blue-green infrastructure plan?
So we agree that on reflection, this policy is not required. It does duplicate elements of BG1, BG10. On the point of green infrastructure plans, however, it's not uncommon to have this as part of, if an applicant is proposing blue-green infrastructure, having enough information to judge whether what they are proposing is deliverable, manageable in the long term, and that there are, mechanisms in place to assess whether it's an appropriate green infrastructure and can be maintained in its lifetime, is necessary to understand where, and to judge the proposals coming forward. It's not necessarily an extra burden. It's something they need to explain anyway as part of what they are delivering. I believe we discussed this a little bit with DE11, where there was a requirement for a landscape plan, and we agree that that's what we're talking about is one and the same thing. It's not duplication. It's not one and the other. So I think it's just making sure that we are deleting that requirement from DE11 and making sure that actually, I think it's just a small policy clause in BG1 that just states that we would require proposals to just demonstrate that the proposals are deliverable and manageable over their lifetime, or something to that effect.
Thank you. I do recognise that you said in your statement that some of this could be merged with BG1 and BG 10, and that there are overlaps. But if the intention primarily was about retaining the blue-green infrastructure plan element, then that's the sort of thing I want to test about this purpose. So thank you. And that. And again, I think for now, I'll just might want to leave with me. I think no. Sorry, I've got some other points, and then we'll come back to that. Or if you in fact covered everything. You may have covered everything, so fine. I'll open it up. Mr. Byrne, you actually, for once, so that's really bad, isn't it? For once, you were supportive of this policy.
I have been supportive of stuff in the past. But yes, I mean, it feels very nice to finish on saying we agree. We agree that we think they are justified. This is, and we also think I think there was a question about whether the two documents were justified and referring to them. And we think that is as well. because they perform different functions. So we agree.
Okay, thank you. Right, I think I think the action it would do well to consolidate things which can be consolidated, and remove potential for setting out requirements which are covered elsewhere. So again, if you look at elements of BG 13, you know, there's the Blue and Green Infrastructure Plan is part of a DNA statement, must be submitted alongside major applications to demonstrate how the development will. And then you say, if you go through the rest of those criteria, that is pretty much saying what's covered by the policies. And that could be, again, it's that into the potentially harmful duplication, because it's setting out requirements again in slightly different language to requirements that are set out elsewhere. Or if it's not, if some of these requirements aren't set out elsewhere, they probably should be, because clearly some elements of this would be better sitting in your DE policies or your BG policies rather than this one. So, because they would be more complementary. So, you think, yes, I think the action would be to consolidate where possible, and if it is a case of, I think, to me, it does seem like it's not about, the policy isn't about a document. The policy, as you've said, to demonstrate how you're achieving what you're achieving, and it's manageable and going to be managed and it's viable to deliver, etc., etc. I always think that it can't be your policy to require a blue-green infrastructure plan, but it might be in the supporting text somewhere, to whichever policy it ends up in. The blue-green infrastructure plan could be set out as to how you might meet. So the policy is achieve an end, which is demonstrate that you're going to deliver all this. Blue-green infrastructure plan is a way that an appellant, slipping into inspector speak, an applicant can demonstrate that they're meeting that policy. And that's generally, I think, how it would be preferable to refer to these things. Because if an applicant wants to demonstrate it in a different way, it would seem to me that they should be able to do that. Or if they were to demonstrate that through what I might call normal measures of just their plans and 106 agreement and so on, this extra document might not be a necessity. So I think that's where I would say. But I think the policy of we want to make sure you're going to do what you said you're going to do, and you're going to do what we want you to do is fine. It's just is that clear?
Yes, so it is. Yes, thank you. And I think it also depends on the scale of that development. So you're right, they may come back with just a paragraph and that will be adequate. And so I agree that supporting text could be a way that we can explain that. Thank you, sir.
And I don't think that necessarily waters down anything you're seeking to achieve. And I wouldn't say if there's anything, choking up.
Big moment.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to say there's anything in A to I that should be lost, but I think these things are not going to be lost because they're covered elsewhere. So it's amazing. So, okay. So that would be in your list of actions to consolidate. Okay, right. Any more? I think that is covering everything, isn't it? Yes. So good. Now, we've come then to the end. I don't know if the gentleman sorting the stream wants to put a closing with for the inspector's closing remarks is a new set. So is there something you wish to raise?
So just one point that I'm able to respond to today, rather than necessarily leave it something we have to deal with via note, unless you want something further. So you asked a question about table 8.4 of the viability assessment, which is a table that sets out kind of differential costs for different levels of BNG on different kinds of sites. Our viability consultants confirmed that table comes directly from the Kent evidence source referred to below the table. So it's not contained in any other document within the viability assessment. If you're looking for something further, so then that's a different question. Obviously, you can ask us a question for cost information or whatever it is, but he's taken that evidence directly from that Kent document. That's not something we've burdened you with, so, but again, if you want that document, we can give
No, I think
to
my
you.
main issue, although again I can probably find this for myself or ask if I really feel it's necessary, is because of the confusion there's been over what figure has actually been used to come up with the final, the final assessment, whether it's 10 or 20%. If I could see, I think in table 8.4, one of the figures is £500 per dwelling, say. If I could see in the table somewhere it said BNG £500 per dwelling, at least I could have some comfort that it was using table 8.4 as its source. I will, for the moment, take your word. You've told me that is the case. I will take it. That is the case, and no one has actually said anything other than that now. So, albeit I think there was some confusion. So I just wanted to. If there was a table in the plan, in the document, you could point me to. Fine. I'm not at this moment in time wanting any more. I don't think so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So now that is the end then of matter 10. And time. I say we're going to move on to my. I was going to have a little break, but I don't. Because that was such a short session. I don't think I need to. So I will move on to my. What I've referred to as my closing remarks, but the examination is not closed until such time as the report has been submitted. So we have come to the end of the programmed hearings. No cheer. No. I have now been through every policy and allocation and also covered all of the legal compliance and procedural issues. So I think the answer to this will be no, but just before I go on to talk about what happens next and say some other things, I just want to make sure there's nothing else, any sort of matters, questions anybody wishes to raise, not about anything in the last 10 weeks or whatever it's been, just anything I need to know before I can bring. I think you've just probably covered it, so it's nothing else. Okay. Right. So what happens now then? So the council has already, well, myself and the council have already identified a large number of actions from stages 1 and 2, some of which have been actioned and are before me, some of which are still outstanding, and I'll expect to be able to agree a broad list of actions from this stage relatively shortly. I expect it'll take a few days for the council to collate this, but in the normal course of events, the council has provided me with a list of actions. I've then gone through my notes to see what was agreed and amended it accordingly, and then we've published that so everyone's aware of that. The vast majority of them, I think, relate to detailed policy wording issues, and so the outcome of that will effectively be the publication of the main modifications in the fullness of time, and just come on to how that will work shortly. Within the actions, there may be some in there which do, however, relate to the production of additional notes or additional evidence that I've asked for. And, for example, that might include work that was agreed on the housing trajectory. For example, there were things that were still outstanding and the council was going to wait to check that, so I might do that. It may also be that I provide the council with some views on such things as the trajectory shortly, if you like, as a sort of separate set of actions, because clearly some things like the housing trajectory are quite important for me to get to the bottom of before I can maybe come to a final position. So maybe I ask for some other scenarios to be looked at or have some views on some of the figures that are in the table if I didn't set out any conclusions in the day. So now I've had some time to think about it. So I may provide some feedback on that in the shorter term. Particularly now I may have some time where I'm not fully ensconced in preparing for or carrying out these hearings. So I may have a little bit more time. There are, as we know as well, some outstanding issues and other actions which relate to further evidence. I've already talked about these before this week, but there's the playing pitch strategy, which seemingly has been raised by the council, and therefore, again, you've opened the door to it, and so I think it's imperative, I do need to see it and understand the implications of that. There's a note relating to at least one allocation. We've already talked about that, the Brimsdown one. there's a final note relating to discussions with TfL, such as they can be. And as I say, I think I'll probably have to set a deadline on that. And also, more recently, I need to work through the responses that I've had to the New Towns query, or New Towns announcement, my query on the New Towns announcement, and whether or not that requires any additional work or actions. And now, clearly, I also have the note from GLA that I have to consider whether it is just as it is, and I'll take it into account, or whether I need any extra discussion or so on. And as I said, once I've been able to review my notes from this stage and consider next steps and overall conclusions, there may be other things that I need further clarification and information on in the short term before I can either A, decide whether or not we need further hearings, or B, provide my final post-hearing advice. And that clearly I should try and let the council know about that as soon as possible. So what will happen next, or at least what happened, these are things which are in the immediate future. What happens sort of beyond that? As I've said, firstly, I need to decide whether there will be a need for any further hearing sessions and/or focused written representations, or both. Some of these, of course, may be dependent on the outcome of the actions which are currently in train. So it may be, again, I can't necessarily come to a view on whether I need any extra until I've discussion until I've seen what might come out of these actions. Clearly, it would be, and again, sorry, and also there may be some, as I've said, there may be some other actions in the short term which I need to add to the list, which don't necessarily relate to main modifications, but relate to the additional information. As I say, some of that might be once I'm collating my notes or reading through my notes, I might think, oh, I don't understand that point. Actually, I need to come back and just ask the council to clarify it, because this will be on the website if and when that happens. Clearly, it would be preferable if I can proceed without further hearing sessions and deal with everything through written representations, or not at all, if I can rely on the information I've got. But if I do consider it necessary, because there are questions I still need to ask, and/or in the interest of fairness that further hearing sessions will be needed, then they will be held. I can't obviously set any dates for that or any scope for that, because I don't know at the moment. I would try to do these as soon as possible, but much will obviously depend on the availability of myself, the availability of the council, what scale of, what the scope of any discussions are, so on and so forth. I also need to make sure that I provide sufficient notice to potential participants, although my feeling would be at the moment I wouldn't be requiring any hearing statements or additional hearing statements. What I'd probably do is set out an agenda with some questions, but then people would come and deal with the questions, I think, rather than go through another set of written statements at this stage. It may also be that to make logistics easier, any final wash-up sessions, I might call it, if they are needed, could be done remotely. But that would be dependent on, again, I think, the scope of the discussion. If it's something which is going to take several days, then it may be still preferable to be, if it's something that might take place over the course of an hour, just to bottom out 1 or 2 points, then it might be better to do it remotely. Again, that will be something for me to discuss with the council through the programme officer in due course. First thing says, whether the council has the capability of doing that and how that would be managed and so on and so forth, particularly in terms of getting interested parties involved and the ability to view it and things like that. So there would be some logistical issues to address. So that's covering that. Now, clearly, it may be that I'll be here again or talking to you again. But just in case it isn't, I should also go through, I think, I'll go through again what the post-hearing stages will look like after, if you like, once I've got all the information. Much of that was about getting the information I need to be able to come to conclusions. So we may be here again to talk about some of that. But just in case I'm not, I should just go through the rest of it. What I would call the final post-hearing stages. If I'm here again at some point, then I may have to go through this again, but bear with me. So as I said, I will now be considering the full range of issues that I still need to come to a conclusion on. of which there are a number, it's fair to say. Ultimately, I shall be writing, I won't, I say I might be writing to the council in the short term, but the end result of all this will be me writing to the council with my overall post-hearing advice, as we call it. Maybe in one or more letters, depending on how it goes, but ultimately there'll be post-hearing advice, which will set out my conclusions and what actions will be needed from the council, what further main modifications might be needed, but it still also might include clearly if there is additional evidence required or additional work to be done. The ultimate outcome of that will be a schedule of main modifications that will be consulted on in the same way as you consulted on your Regulation 19. And as I say, the schedule will be based on the actions already agreed and any additional actions I set out in forthcoming correspondence. Just to be clear, this will involve a period of, and this is perhaps more for interested parties, this will involve a period of discussion and negotiation with the council between myself and the council through the programme officer, with no direct contact, to agree the final schedule for consultation. So that will be not every back and forth will be set out on the examination website. Clearly, I will set out, there are actions already there, I will set out further actions. Anything that appears in the main mod schedule should be based on those actions. This will be a case of me making sure that what's being done actually meets my expectations. There is and should be no prejudice in that to anybody's interests because I would say my actions and views on the plan have either been set out in the sessions themselves, in action notes or in forthcoming correspondence, so there should be no surprises. And also, clearly, the main modification schedule will be open for consultation anyway, so the results of this will be open for anyone to comment on. But I would say this, if during this sort of process, which may not be immediate because there's still things to deal with, so we're probably talking a little bit in the future, but if during this process I find it necessary, again in the interest of fairness and transparency, to share any additional information, then I will. And that might be, for example, just for example, if in going through things I suddenly have a eureka moment and think, there's something new that I've not raised before with anybody and that's not in the public domain, I'll probably write to the council to make it clear that that is the case. But if it's just dealing with things which have already been highlighted, then probably not. Once the main modification schedule has been agreed by me and consulted on, the council will provide me with copies of any representations. So say the main modifications consultation is to the council, not to me. And the council will provide me with copies of any representations and hopefully their responses to those. Following that, my preference would clearly be to proceed straight to issuing my report. But the process does allow for me to, again, have additional hearing sessions if issues arise from the consultation that need to be dealt with. And if that is the case, it's either going to be a case of discussing the issues that have been raised and it may need to know changes to main modification consultation, in which case then I can proceed to my report, or there may be need further changes which would need to be consulted on again. Should be clear, and I think this is in the Clean's procedural guide, I do have some discretion on how to amend main modifications following consultation, where there would be no particular material change in how policy would be interpreted or implemented. But and I also have the ability to remove main modifications if I subsequently decide they're not necessary for the plan to be sound. So again, based on representations, it may turn out that actually that change wasn't necessary after all, and that can be removed. So that is the process. A little bit of a whistle-stop tour of that. Much of that is set out in the PIN's Procedural Guide and my guidance now, but I thought it's just important as we've come to a natural end. I've not covered the issues of additional modifications that the council can set out themselves, which are sometimes referred to as minor modifications. That would be, but again, just for completeness, they should only be changes which don't have any effect on the implementation and interpretation of the plan, typos, factual changes, that kind of thing. And they are not anything to do with me. They are for the council. So if the council were to include something in a schedule, again, and actually it's for the council to decide whether it wants to consult on that. Some councils consult on additional modifications alongside main mods. Some do, some don't. That's for the council, it's nothing to do with me, but so everyone's clear. And the other thing, just I should say, there would also be a separate set of changes to the policies map that would also be consulted on alongside the main modification schedule, but they are technically not main modifications. I won't go into the legal issues around that, I don't need to. And then similarly, there will be the council will be required to update its sustainability appraisal and HRA in line with the main mods. And again, I'd set this out in my final letter, but if any documents that have been produced during the examination that I think it would be sensible or necessary for the council to consult on alongside the main mods, then I'll ask to do that. That would only be necessary if it's something new that no one's had an opportunity to comment on, or something particularly integral to a main mod. So that would just probably, the purpose of that would be to help me understand the issues, perhaps. So that is that. So in terms of procedures, is there any questions about any of that? Oh, Mr. Byrne.
Yes. Sorry, so in terms of the consultation after the main mods, is that open to everyone and broadly open, so anyone can comment on anything?
Yes, it's not limited to the people who made representations and regulation. It's not like now.
Yeah.
They're only people who made representations.
Yeah.
The main mods is a new consultation, so it's open to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Right. Okay. There's nothing else, and this feels like I've got a couple of just final comments to say. This does feel a bit like deja vu because we have been at 2 end-of-stage sessions. And as I say, there's always a chance we might be here again, and so it might seem a little bit redundant. But I do feel it is important for me to once again thank a few people for the hard work that's gone into this examination so far. Firstly, thank Annette, who's not here with us today, but thank Annette and Steve for both of your very hard work in keeping the examination going, and I say the huge amount of work that is done behind the scenes, and for all the work that's been done to get us to this position of what is an extremely complex process. So I know I wish to set up my thanks. This is very much not the end, though, as both Steve and Annette know. I should have said this is more like the end of the beginning, I think, in many ways, than the beginning of the end, perhaps. So so Annette and Steve have probably got a huge amount of work still to do moving forward, but the work that's been done so far has been absolutely worth its weight in gold, and I'm very, very grateful. Again, obviously, thanks to the council, you've made my life quite a lot easier. I know it's been a long, gruelling process so far. Again, we're not finished yet, and I've probably been quite tested. Well, I hope I've been testing, because that's my job, to be testing. But I do thank you for the way that you've responded to my request for information, your attitude and approach to answering questions, the positive way that you've dealt with my questions and queries, and the speed in which you've engaged when I asked for information. It's all been very, very helpful and very much appreciated. Made the process, I think, quite smooth, and again, just generally for the organisation of the venue and everything that goes with it. This has been a long examination thus far, so thank you very much for that, very much appreciated. And then finally, there's only 2 of you here, but again, my general thanks goes to all the interested parties. Again, some of you, obviously Mr. Byrne, Mr. Lack, you've been here more than most. Mr. Byrne practically a fixture, so thank you very much. Again, there's been 1 or 2 groups and organisations who've been very, very much engaged and been very helpful in setting out your concerns. Again, in a positive, constructive way, which is helpful. I have to say, I've never been in an examination where the interested parties have followed the rules on hearing statements quite so well as the people who followed the rules on hearing statements here. So, again, very much appreciated for that. And I think, generally speaking, I would like to think anyway, it's been carried out in a good-natured way, which generally helps proceedings for me. So, I do recognise that for all participants, this has been a bit of a marathon. It is a big plan. It's had some big issues and taken some time to get to this stage. But as I say, barring the potential for some wash-up sessions, and I should never say never, that something else isn't going to come out of the woodwork, which suddenly means I've got to raise issues. I do think we can hopefully see some light at the end of the tunnel of this. So, as I've said, this may not be the last you see of me. But I do think, as I said, I wanted to acknowledge everyone's efforts and contributions up to now. So, so thank you very much. And if I do see you again, either in this examination or other, then I may have to say all this again. But but the sentiment is worth saying, I think, more than once. So, on that basis, I have nothing else to say. I will adjourn. Is there anything?
Well, thank you. So, just to echo what Mr. Reid said yesterday, and to thank you, sir, for your patience and good nature through this process, which is hugely appreciated by the council. Also to thank the participants, as you have, sir. You know, the council does appreciate their commitment and engagement, and the tone in which they've conducted themselves through these proceedings. So that is something the council very much wants to echo you on, sir. And of course, Mr. and Mrs. Feeney, and also Rye, I think,
sorry.
deserves a particular shout out.
I do
for
beg
his
your
work
pardon.
on
Yes,
the- on the
thank
web.
you.
So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, with that, I will thank you all again and adjourn until such time. Well, maybe forever. Or not. But thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.